shoot. That's why it's doing that. I got the, damn it. Career launch. No, that's not it. Are y'all still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I all of a sudden, like, everything went
right
dead,
now.
so I was like, I was on live?
It says we're live. I think we're ready to go. Let's do this.
Well, hold on. I got to go to, wait, whoa.
Oh. She's like, well, I guess, I don't know if we're live or not. What's going on here?
We're live.
We are live.
We are live. So, but we don't
all right, well.
For 3 more minutes. So don't worry. It's, we'll see if people are coming on here.
So can they hear us already or not?
Yes, they can hear you.
Okay.
We're broadcasting to YouTube and to Facebook.
Yeah. So we're live. They can hear us right now. So let's rock and roll.
All right, let's do it.
Tell me when you want the video. I'm removing myself. Bye.
Let's do it. We do it. Nina, we gone? Okay, so apparently we're not going to have sound for our welcome video today, but welcome everybody to Career Launch.
Hey!
We're very excited to have you. Sorry if you saw the little sound check earlier. StreamYard's having a little bit of difficulty. Thank you to more and more people using the service, which is wonderful, but it's made it a little complicated. But welcome everybody to the show. We're very excited to have you. I have a very awesome co-host, Trevor Houston there from the show.
What's going
on? We have a great show today, but before we kick off, I did want to say something. It's important to me to address the state of our nation and the unrest that we're experiencing. To those in pain, I can't imagine the weight that you're feeling right now. And my heart goes out to you. I have very strong thoughts and feelings, as I know my co-host does as well, regarding the social issues and including racially biased injustice. And I want everyone to know that no form of discrimination or intolerance will be included or viewed as acceptable on this show or by me personally. With this show, we're using our skills to aid our countrymen, and our skills are all, well, not all, but primarily professionally based. So that's how we're going to focus the show. So with that being said, Trevor, let's talk about our exciting show coming up.
Let's do it. It's ready. It's time to launch these people, right?
That's right. Get them going.
We just had the, what was it? What was it called? The Elon Musk shot that rocket up in there. What was it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was really exciting. Everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. Career launch. We're ready to go to space.
It was really cool. And it was funny. Everybody thought I could see it. I said, no, I'm about an hour and a half away from where that was. But it was really cool that happened in our lifetimes, kind of a new advancement. So
yeah, I think it was awesome, and it looked like it went really smooth.
Yes,
and but I think this show today, as smooth as we would love it to go, I think we're going to be prepared for Murphy's Law, right?
That's right. You never know.
That's okay. Look,
you never know.
That makes it even more fun. That's what I'm thinking. I like it. I think it's exciting. What can go wrong probably will go wrong, and that's okay. The show must go on. So I'm excited to be here with you, and thank you for inviting me to co-host with you. I really appreciate it.
That's right. And for those of you that don't know Trevor, first of all, check out the Who You Know show. We're actually be joining up with them at the end of the day tomorrow. We're very, very excited about that. We have a gentleman that's co-hosting with us tomorrow, Dan Irvin, who is awesome and a great human being, really smart man. And he actually has a very special connection to the Who You Know show and the guys on there. And we'll be talking about that as well. Today, we've got a fantastic lineup, a bunch of people that actually I know personally, and then as well as some new people that we're very, very excited about. We have people talking about their career evolutions, about starting a business, about resumes and LinkedIn profiles and networking and all of this. And all of it's going to be tied into our theme of career evolution because it's all about growth, right? It's all about growth and getting there right now. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and some of these people are quite the hoot. So I think we'll be having a lot of fun with this today.
So we got personalities coming on. That's what I like to hear.
Oh yes, we do. Some very, very interesting people, and also for anyone looking for opportunities right now, I'm going to be mentioning this several times throughout the show. If you're not on our actual website, please visit our website, which is careerlaunch2020.com, and go to the opportunities section. And there are just dozens upon dozens of opportunities in there from several different people, several different companies that have decided to post with us, including a guest that we are having on tomorrow with Project Help You Grow. And we're very, very excited about that. So please go check out. We even have interns. So, you on there, Trevor? Oh, I think you went.
Yeah, you froze there a minute. See, that's what I was talking about, Murphy's Law. It's all good. I kind of caught a little bit of what you said, but let's keep rolling.
Let's do it. So,
guys, I would recommend, if you're watching us online right now, as we go throughout the day, please give us your comments, your feedback, questions. You know, there really is no show without you, the audience. So please, 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 we'd love to hear from you. It's super important. And we want to make sure that we get you as much value as possible throughout the day. So make sure you're putting your comments down there, and let's hear from Carol.
You. We just heard from Carol in Atlanta. Nice to see you.
Hey, what's going on?
To have you on. And by the way, both Trevor and I can comment as Career Launch. So so when you see those comments, it could be either one of us. But we do want to say hi to everybody. We do have people across the nation joining us today, from California all the way to Florida. So and New York. Yeah, we have people from all over join us. And tomorrow we even have an international guest from Nigeria. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that is our very first Who You Know show, when we did that, we had people from Africa commenting in, and that's when my mind kind of opened up, and I was like, okay, I get it now. Internet radio, like, okay, so it's not just local, this goes across the globe. So I was really excited to see that on our first episode. We had people from Africa. It was awesome.
I was really excited. Yeah, our first here, we had people from India, and we had one person from, I believe it was Spain, that came on. It was really, really cool. So I was very, very excited. And actually next month, we're going to kind of have a European theme, because our very own Nina will be starting to go that direction temporarily. So, but we're really, really excited about it. There's so much going on. The job market has changed so much in the last month. Even again, it changed all over again. It's it's gone the other way, and it is exciting because we're seeing HR departments being able to come back to work, which means movement finally, which is great. Less limbo. We're seeing that more positions are becoming available, which is great. But I do want to say too, please be nice to your HR people. Be patient with them right now. They're having to play catch up. They've been gone for a month or two, just like most of the other people. So
I think that's a key word. I think that's a key word that you just said is patience. And I think that that's something us as mankind really has lost a lot of, because we live in a world and in a society where everything is instant. We've got Netflix, we got Amazon, everything is right now. And I think people have kind of lost that a little bit. So I love that you said that. We need to be more patient, understand that the world is busy and the world does not revolve around you as much as when you're in that situation, right? It's hard to put yourself outside of that, but there's other situations, other things going on all over the world, and the world doesn't revolve around you. So understand that and have a little bit of patience. Right. And I think that's real important when you're in the job search, for real.
100%. And also on the employer side, very much the same thing. Understand that your candidates are coming out of a very stressful situation, sometimes right back into another stressful situation.
Oh, yeah.
Understand that there are many things going on in our country. Understand that there are, everything is changing right now. There's so much happening. Patience, understanding, work together. People,
empathy.
Empathy. Thank you. That's a great word. Empathy is another great keyword for this.
Yeah, put yourself in the other person's shoes. I always do that. In any situation, like if I'm seeking employment, I'm putting myself in the hiring manager's shoes or the recruiter's shoes, and I'm trying to picture what life is like for them, right? And that's going to help you to be able to connect better, and vice versa, right? Like, so always. Show empathy, put yourself in the other person's shoes, and it's going to really kind of enlighten you to help create some opportunities, because, if you're just thinking of it one-sided, it's not going to help you.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that it's imperative that people realize that with the change, it's not going to change soon. We're going to keep having change and evolutions and evolving for quite some time now, because everything that we've been through and everything that we're currently going through, it's changing, right? We're changing our country, we're changing our ways. And one of the most exciting pivots, and actually we're going to be talking about this later today with Justin Redeka, is that we're all moving, so many things are moving to remote, right? Which is super exciting. I'm so excited about that. Everybody on my team is remote. I push that very heavily with my clients. Heather Rios, who's coming on later today, almost her entire workforce, 90% of them are remote. Basically, everybody that's not an executive is remote. And everybody is starting to move that way. And it's a very exciting change. It's better for the environment. It means more flexibility. It means less cost for businesses, which means more stability.
There's, I will say on this, I'm a little bit opinionated, because there are people that are going to love it and people that are going to hate it, right? I myself, I personally, like, this is so uncomfortable for me to be working out of my kitchen. I need my office. I need my space, right? And
right. And I'm in mine too, by the way. You can't tell that, but I am. I'm in my kitchen too. So
right. And so I'm adapting, right? I'm learning, and it's different. And but I think that there are pros and cons, right? Like, working remote has a lot of benefits, but there's also some drawbacks, like culture, right? And to me, and some people don't care about that. Some people, like the culture of a company, they're like, I would rather work from home. That will be my culture, right? That's their culture. To me, no, I got to feel connected. I've got to be able to love on people, because I'm a people person, right? And so this is definitely different for me. And there's a lot of people out there that I think can identify with that. And some people don't care about that. Like, I think it's, everybody's a little different. And so the companies are going to have to realize, okay, what do we do to accommodate all these different types of people that are going to work for us? Or is it going to be a one set? Right. No, this is the way our company is going to do it. Right. And you either work here or you don't work here. Right.
Yes. Right. And it's very interesting you say that, the difference in people. So my best friend, Lacey, she tried the whole, remote thing, and she's like, I miss people. This is weird. This is, but she likes it too, because she's a very organized person, and she's very, very structured. So she's good at it, but like you, she misses the human element. For me, I enjoy it, and I spend so much of my day talking to people that I don't miss it. I don't miss it as much because I spend so much time talking to people that I still feel very connected.
I'm talking to people, but I feel like I'm getting Zoom burned out. Like I can see it in my eyes. I'm like looking at these screens. I'm like, man, I'm getting Zoom burned out. And not only that, but there's actually a 9 Inch Nails song. I think it's called Every Day is Exactly the Same, something like that. And it's starting to feel that way. Like, I'm like, every day is going super fast. I don't know what day it is. I'm like, what day is it? Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday? I'm like, and every day seems to be and feel the same. And so like I now, guess what? I get to empathize, and I'm now putting myself in the shoes of people that have worked from home for years, because there's a lot of people out there that have been working from home. So now I get to put myself in your shoes. And I'm like, I want my old shoes back.
Like, no, I want my whole life. This is weird. I tell you what, it is a big adjustment. It is. And it is. So we actually follow, when you said the thing about not knowing what day it is, we actually follow a comedian. It's one of the guys and all of those movies. And he posts every day what day it is. He just posts Wednesday or Thursday, like just every day, like, hey, just so you know, this is what day you're on right now. And it actually does.
I think a lot of people can relate to that.
Okay, I'm right. I know what it is.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people can relate to that. I think it's it's really funny. I've had a lot of people messaging me going, I'm so sorry I missed our call. I thought it was a different day than it was. Or I said, no problem. We'll just reschedule. Normally I have a very strong, in the recruiting world, you don't get rescheduled if you don't give me advance notice. But with COVID and with the stress and everything that we're going through, I had to make that adjustment, because people are just stressed. They just have so much going on. You just kind of have to be a little bit more patient with them right now.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely. You got to be, again, patience is a key word. Patience is a key word. I want to give some real quick shout outs, because I see some people online with us. So Heather Bowden, good to see you here with us. Appreciate you from YouTube checking in with us. Dan Irvin, we're excited. Man, I'm so excited for you, man. I'm just going to tell you that.
So excited.
I love you, brother.
He's our host tomorrow.
Yeah, he's hosting the show tomorrow. And I just got to say, man, I've just been super, super excited to see your transformation. And just, it's like it's very rare. I was talking with Catherine before. It's very rare that we have someone come through our summit and then just dive all in. Like they're like, in poker, you put your all in, right? Dan Irvin he was all in, and to see the transformation and the opportunities and all the doors open for him, it's just amazing, man. I couldn't be happier. I'm super, super pumped for you. So I want to tell you that. And I want to also, real quick, while we're on this subject, I want to give you an opportunity as well. I'd love to bring you into the studio sometime for the Who You Know show, and just kind of interview your journey and all the things that have happened since the summit. So again, man, congrats on all that success. It's awesome.
Yeah, Dan's amazing. We can't wait to have him on tomorrow. So, talking about your show, it is actually now time for you to take center stage. It is your turn, sir. So we're going to start off. Each of us hosts have our own little segment. There you go. You got the good mic. I love it. It's part of the logo. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to get my microphone out?
I love it. So I think that it's going to be a really great show, a really great segment that we're going to have for you. Sorry, I keep having notifications pop up on my screen. I got a little bit distracted. So Trevor is going to talk to us about the importance of networking and how to do it dynamically and enthusiastically.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about networking today. So
all right, let's do it.
My name's Trevor Houston, and I'm one of the hosts for the Who You Know Job Networking Show. And I got this little microphone here because that's what we do. We have these microphones, and we get to talk to people. We get to network, and actually a theme on the show when someone has a mic drop moment, we just drop that mic. So anyways, I'm excited to be here. I'm going to hopefully add a little spice to the show today. So on our show, we get to do some networking, right? We get to interview recruiters, hiring managers, subject matter experts, career coaches, job seekers, and we get to figure out what the heck is really going on out there, and kind of break through some myths and help people to connect with opportunities. Like we were just talking about, Dan. We have an online summit that we teach people, and we do that every single Monday. And it's just fun. I get to put my hands directly in the communities and serve the people, and it's awesome. I get to see some really cool things. I love it. It's my passion. It's what I'm designed here on this earth for, and it's my purpose. So
how did you get to that?
Thanks for having me here today.
Of course. And you're not getting out of what everybody else is going to have to do too. I want to hear your career evolution. How did you get to where you are now?
Oh, man. Okay. So originally, so when I was young, like in my teenage years, I started in like the restaurant. Okay. So started in like restaurant industry. And then from there, I moved into, I worked at Sears. Okay, Sears was like my first professional sales career. That's where I entered into the sales environment.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was like selling TVs and electronics and things like that. But I did it for commission. All right, and so that was kind of cool. So I got to give really good customer service and help people, and I got paid my value. Right, if I helped, the more people I helped, the more money I made. So that's where I first learned about like the whole commission world. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And that was like when I was really young. And then from there, I went to Harley Davidson. So that was a pretty big upgrade. I went to big ticket item. Yeah.
Yeah.
I learned my love and passion for the Harley world, right? And did that for a couple of years. And this was like in the 08, 09 time frame. And, during the recession then, a lot of people weren't buying motorcycles.
Right.
They weren't. I bet that's probably happening right now. If I had to find out what's going on in the Harley world,
that would be my guess. Yeah, I know even car sales are suffering.
Yeah, I bet they're not selling as many motorcycles as they were. Just.
And I did not picture you as a Harley guy, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. That did not ever occur to me. That is news.
Come on, I got the beard.
I'm very amused. Is that a beard? Okay, we'll let that go. I just thought you had shaved.
But no, So yeah, I sold Harleys for a few years, and from there I went into automotive sales. And I want to tell you, so even at Harley and all that kind of stuff, in all those different roles that I was in, I was successful, but not nearly as successful as when I went into the auto industry. And here was the difference. I think people are a product of their environment. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you have a good, nourishing culture, a team that supports you, people that pour themselves into you. If you have good soil, you will grow. And if you have good nourishment, and if you're watered every day, and if you have good sunlight, right, like you're going to grow. And so that's what I had in the auto industry when I started there.
Okay.
I had Cal Fahmy. Okay. Shout out to Cal Fahmy. The guy, I love him to death. He's a little crazy. He was okay. People will think he's nuts. He is a little crazy. But you know what? He was that coach that you needed. He was the type of coach that'll stick his foot up your butt. But then, But I was in my 20s, early 20s. I needed that. I needed some discipline. I needed some structure. I needed somebody to, like, I don't know. He was a coach, right? He was a coach, and he saw something in me. And so that's what I'm gonna tell you. When somebody can look in you and see something in you and believe in you, man, that does something to you. Emmitt Smith, I got to interview Emmitt Smith, and he said the same thing. He said the reason why he was so successful is because the coach put the whole team on his back and saw it in him.
Yes.
And so that's what Cal was to me. And I became the top producer there every single year I was there.
That's awesome.
I was just crushing it in my early 20s. You know, I was making $150,000 a year in the car business, you know, just crushing it. And then I kept hitting that glass ceiling, and corporate politics kept me from moving forward.
Yes.
And, you know, the car business is a grind. You know, you're putting in, you know, 12 to 15-hour days, and it was a grind. And so
real quick, I want to, before we forget this, the corporate politics and holding you down. So what motivated you internally to not just sit and continue to deal with that situation? What drove you to pursue beyond facts? A lot of people will just stay, right? You know, places, you know.
Well, I have a buddy of mine that's still working over there. He's getting his, I think, 10-year anniversary or whatever. And like, for me, it's vision, right? I never saw myself as a career car salesperson, no. But I finally found something I was good at, and I excelled at, and I crushed it. So I was the best. I was like, oh, finally in my life, I found something that I'm like good at. So that was my passion that drove me to want to be more and more and more successful, and made me competitive. But I never saw myself like being like 65 and retiring as a car salesperson. No way. So vision. Right. And so I was like, okay, but I did see myself climbing that ladder and maybe being sales manager, and then like GM, and then like owning a dealership. I saw that. But the politics there, you know, they were not conducive for allowing me to continue to grow. I had hit that ceiling over and over and over. The GM and I did not see eye to eye. It was just, it was time for me to go, right? But that was scary too, because if you've ever been on the top and to leave the top, most likely you're going to have to take a step down. I had to take a step down to move forward. So I made a leap of faith, and I moved into financial services. Okay. Shout out to Brian Craig. He helped push me. He was my financial advisor, and you know, he believed in me too. He saw something in me. He said, "Man, you need to come here." He tried to recruit me for many years. He was like, "You need to come. You need to come." And I turned him down like 3 years in a row. I turned him down, and then finally, when enough was enough, I said, "Okay, Brian, let me hear you out." So I talked with him, made the leap of faith. And best decision I ever made. Now, it was a struggle. It was a challenge. I had to move down, like my income cut in half overnight, right? I had to cut bills. I cut the cable. I had to do what I had to do to survive. But, you know, now I'm going to tell you that I make way more than I ever made in the car business. I have way more influence. I get to impact more people. I get to create change. I get to like literally live out my dream and my purpose. And I couldn't be happier, but it took a level of faith to do that, you know, so. And here, I think right now the country should look at this as an opportunity, because, you know, 70% of Americans were unhappy with what they did for a living. Like those were the stats pre-COVID. So 70% now just got shook up, and they're now forced. They're now forced to take that leap of faith and maybe reinvent yourself. Go. Maybe you weren't happy. This is an opportunity for you to change your life.
Yes.
Right?
100%. 100%. This is a great time to grow. And a huge part of what you talk about, Trevor, is your personal brand, right? And your energy and your contribution and networking. You're constantly, you know, talking about that importance about, you know, utilizing your community. So why is that such a focus for you?
You know, because this is our tagline for the show. What you know is important, but who you know can make all the difference, not just in your career search, in your life, right? Like, I know a lot of things. Okay. I've got skills, I've got talents. But I'm going to tell you, it can take just one person to completely change your life. Right? Think about it. Wherever the audience is right now, I want the audience to think about their own life and think about the people that have been in your life that have helped to mold and shape you into who you are today.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It can be just simple as that. And networking is a strategy for job seekers, especially. Like, you need to look to your network. They can open doors for you. They literally can, because right now it's tough. Like, you apply online, your resume goes into the black hole, goes into cyberspace, you know, and we're going to talk about resumes today. And we're going to talk about ATS. We're going to talk about a lot of things today, but, you know, the number one thing that's important is that you look to your network. I did a poll on LinkedIn, and I asked the community, I asked everybody out there, what do you feel is the number one important skill to master in your job search? Do you feel like it's resume writing,
Right.
Professional networking? Do you feel like it is, what were the other ones in there? Follow up? Do you feel like, dang, there was one more, hold on. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyways, moral of the story is everybody said professional networking, and the comments were crazy. People were like, yeah, so-and-so introduced me to so-and-so, and that's how it happened, you know?
It's so true. Yeah, personal touch is everything.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
I have some tips, you know, look back in your network, go back to the people that you've worked with in the past, you know, and start bringing up some conversations, you know, and these may be people you haven't talked to in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, but you worked with them. You spent part of your life with them. You can get a conversation started again.
Yes.
And you can add value back in their life and get to a point where they want to help you, you know?
100%. And I will say, you know, I'm one of the groups that I'm a part of is called Introvert Women Entrepreneurs. And it's not natural for everybody to get out there and communicate and to have a presence like that. But there are ways that you can do it to cater to your personality. So let's say you're going to a physical event, which hopefully those will reopen soon because they are the most effective. You know, take a buddy with you that is a salesperson, that is a talker, that will, you know, kind of like your hype man almost. You know,
your wingman.
Your wingman. That's right. Have your wingman and have them come, because they'll start the conversation and then you can step in and show your expertise and show your strength.
Yeah.
Real quick. You know, so even if you're not comfortable there, like you and I are obviously very comfortable, you know, putting ourselves out there, but not everybody is.
Let me tell you about that right now. And anybody that follows Gary Vee, if there's any Gary Vee followers out there, I'd love to hear your comments. But Gary Vee says this, and I believe it. It's that now is the best time. You know, if you're introverted, like you don't have to, okay? Like what you said, in person is best. I agree with that. Face to face. I'm wearing the t-shirt. Hold on, look. Face to face. Okay.
Face to face.
Face to face. I'm a firm believer, and that's the best method. But guess what? We live in a digital world where you can do it from your computer, and you don't have to get face to face, and you can be in your bubble, in your comfort zone, and still get out there and power network and meet people and build relationships and add value and open doors and create opportunities. Right now is the best time in our history for introverts, right, to be able to break out of their shell and to get noticed. Really, it really is.
Yes. So I you know, for me, it's about you have to have the tenacity, the drive to do it, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's something that's hard for you. And actually, that's my topic today, is that it is using tenacity and honing in on your goals. There are always going to be people telling you you can't do it, or telling you that you're not in the right field, or that you're not doing it right, or whatever. There's so many naysayers, and there's so many internal, you know, there's so many times you're going to tell yourself you're not good enough, or this isn't comfortable for me, or this is scary. And you have to have the tenacity to just keep going no matter what. I mean, you're a sales guy. Every sales guy's had a drought, right?
Oh yeah.
And every single one. You can be the best sales guy in the world, and I'm pretty confident you're a good sales guy just based off your personality. But you're going to have a drought. You're going to have that, and you have to get over it in your head and just keep going. So for me, when when you're talking about growth, and that's kind of what we're talking about today, right? Career evolution. We're talking about evolving into your next phase. And everybody, even if they don't realize it, has a purpose and a goal, right?
Yeah.
So right now, first of all, I encourage everyone to stop and think about what that is. Stop and think,
right.
You know, this is a great opportunity to do that, to go, hey, wait a minute. What do I really, what's my strength? What's my internal strength? And then you have to find out how to execute that, right? So for me, I've done every job under the sun. I've done restaurants. My very first job ever was as a car hop at Sonic. I was promoted to lead there and trainer and all that. I did the whole restaurant bit for years till I burned out on that. I've done sales. I've done, I was an assistant manager at a pet hotel. I've done it all because I wanted to. I wanted a whole bunch of different experience. I wanted to do a lot of things. I even worked for the travel partner to the Dallas Cowboys. I learned a lot there. Yeah, Go Cowboys. That's right. Go Cowboys. Really excited about our draft picks this year. But anyway, I digress. I loved it. And I actually learned a lot. And I got to meet some people that as a child I looked up to and I thought were really great. And I got to meet them. And interactions that I had was actually with Larry Allen, who was just phenomenal. And he met me on a very difficult day of my life. And he took time to step aside and be empathetic to me and step away from the crowd that he was there to entertain and to check on a fellow human being. So ethics have always, and keeping that mentality, no matter how big you get, has always stuck in my brain. And actually, I'm going to be talking about that tomorrow. But I think that as you grow, ideas, and then you take that and you don't let go and you push it. I always tell people my number one saying is, I don't care what other people do. I don't compare myself to anybody else out there. People go, well, this is the industry standard. So what does that have to do with me? That has literally nothing to do with me. I'm going to do things right, and I'm going to push hard, and that's it. And I'm going to do it the way I know it ought to be done. I've had, so you have to have your goal, you have to have your focus. And the way that you keep that is, number one, your network, right? You have to have the right people surrounding you. You have to have the right people encouraging, like your mentor. You know, you have to have that. You have to have those people.
Saying you're the average of, you're the sum of the top 5 people you associate with, or something like that, right? I don't know the exact words. I don't know if it's the top 5 or top 10 or whatever, but yeah, I mean, you are. And can you elevate the people, the types of people that you are associating with, right? And like, imagine, you know, if all of a sudden in your inner circle you had some big names, right? Like you had the Mark Cubans and the Damon Johns and the you know, Jerry Joneses of the world. Like, you don't think that just being around those types of people day in and day out and adding value into their lives, that you will be elevated?
Right.
Just thinking about that for a second.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very true. You have to keep the right people at the forefront of your life. And so who your crowd is, down to who you marry, down to who your friends are, as well as professionally speaking, it matters who you align yourself with. And it also speaks volumes to everybody else too, right? It doesn't just affect you. It speaks volumes to everybody else who you're attached to. So there's that. Your network matters. The next thing is you have to know how to get yourself pumped up, right? And it's different for everybody. For me, I listen to my good music. I get, I have certain songs that I get in there. I'm like, yeah, this, I can do this. I can do this. And I can get myself pumped up. Right. And just really get going. So you have to know how to get yourself pumped up when you need it, no matter what else is going on in your life, and to just take the bull by the horns and run with it. We've all going, no matter what. So you have to know how to get yourself pumped up. And then
we've got a question here online. We have a question here online. Yeah, we got a question here, and I'm not sure if it's for me or for Catherine, but who are some of the other folks who taught you big earth-shaking lessons? That's from Heather Bowden. Thank you for the question. I'm going to direct that one to you, Catherine. Who are some other folks who taught you big earth-shaking lessons?
Actually, one of the first people, as almost cheesy as this is my mother. She's been an HR professional for my whole life, ever since I was born. And she's a very strong woman, a very smart woman. And she taught me nobody is above you, nobody, and nobody is beneath you. And to always keep that in the forefront of your minds. And that has helped me march into every situation with the utmost confidence. I have talked to very famous people, very powerful people, and it never shook me. And it's because of her, because of that lesson that was driven home, and also by my grandfather, her father, also imparted that upon his children, and that then trickled down to me. Another one for me is actually one of our upcoming guests, Joel Knapp.
Nice.
He actually, we're funny. We've both been each other's bosses, and we've worked side by side, and now we run a company together. So lots and lots of work experience together. But he taught me, people, you have to communicate with your people no matter what. And you have to bring them, you have to have that unity on your team. That team is at work, first and foremost, and even more than that, that management is service. It's not about being bossy. It's not about, a little power trip. Management is a place of service. And he taught me that, and he led by shining example in every case I ever saw him work.
Well, yeah, of course. The best example of that you'll see is Jesus, right?
Right.
Jesus was a servant, and he, washed the disciples' feet. You just have to think about that.
You have to have that servant attitude. You have to go in and say, how can I help? What do you need? Because really and truly, your whole job as a manager is to make them succeed, right? That's it. That's your purpose, is to make the team successful. And that's how you have to go in, is how can I help you? How can I, be right there with you? And you have to lead from the front. You have to be willing to do it every single day. I used to have fun competitions with my recruiters. And I would have them occasionally go, oh, you don't know, you don't do this anymore. You're just the boss now. So, oh, you think I can't recruit anymore? All right. Knuckle crack, let's do this, and have fun little competitions with them and get in there. But yeah, I still am hands-on to this day, with everything that I do. But yeah, I think that's the biggest ones for me. What about you? What are the biggest lessons that you've learned?
Oh, biggest lessons I've learned. There's so many lessons, right? My father, he's just an amazing man, and I try to look to him for all my big lessons, and just people throughout my life who have shaped me into who I am today. Shout out to Mark Elder. He's another one of the hosts of the Who You Know show, and he's like a brother to me, and so I've learned a lot from him. Brian Craig, Mike Scoble. There's a lot. I could go on and on, and Heather online, she she got the words right. She said, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. That's what I was trying to say earlier. She said, she also went in to say you also make $2,000 to $3,000 times within those people too. $3,000 within those people. So I think that's awesome because you know, I'm starting to learn a lot of lessons and learn a lot from some pretty elevated people, you know, and to me, they have the secrets. These people out there that you think of, like when you're online right now and you're listening to us and you're thinking about this, I want you to think of some pretty successful people, and you'll notice that they all typically have a lot of the same characteristics.
Right.
They have this tenacity to win, to be successful. Grit is another thing. Grit is that drive that'll push you through any storm, right? No matter how hard it gets, they have this grit to get through it. They tend to embrace challenges and fear and anxiety. They tend to like for me, myself, as soon as I start to feel that tingly feeling, that anxiety, that fear, that's when I lean in, because I know there's something great on the other side of that.
Right.
And I didn't always used to be that. I didn't always used to do that. That's a skill that I've had to learn over time, is that whenever I hear that or feel that feeling, that anxiety, that's like my spider sense going off. You know, the Spider-Man, he had his little spider sense. You get that tingly feeling that forces you to want to retreat, you know, and get out. No. That's when you're supposed to lean in, go all in, right? And I've learned that over time. And that's when some of the greatest opportunities have presented themselves to me, is when I've been scared, you know. So I will tell you guys, one of the greatest lessons you can learn is, you know, fear is the opposite of faith, okay? And if you look at it to the Bible says fear not over 365 times in the Bible, right? And I don't think there's I don't think that's by mistake. I think that's by design. 365 times in the Bible it says fear not. And if you can learn to have faith over fear, I promise you good things will happen in your life. I know there's a lot of people out there right now hurting, struggling. There's a lot of people that are afraid right now, a lot of job seekers that are going through stuff. You know, the nation, the world, a lot of people hurting. Faith over fear. Lean in, have faith. Right now is the time for that. So I just wanted to share those words.
Right. And just, you know, just perseverance is the key word. And speaking of which, we have a great guest coming on. Our first guest of the day, the first guest of the June show is Mr. Wahid Nashad. I have known him for quite some time. Nina, you want to go ahead and bring him in for us? Let's see. Can we make Wahid big and us small? Let's do that. How do we do that, Nina? Nina's our tech, by the way. She'll be taking care of us today and arranging everything.
Shout out to Nina.
Nope,
You're
not me.
awesome,
I don't
by the way.
Get me out of there. Hi, Wahid. How are you?
Hey, Kat. Hey, Trevor. How are you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Not much. Thank you guys.
Great.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. You guys have been putting on quite a show here.
Thank you. We're trying.
Yeah, it's been very, very informative so far. Very, very entertaining. So I'm sure all the audience is enjoying it, as am I.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to come on today and talk to you guys a little bit about my career journey and how I got to where I am today.
Right.
Of course, I'm still working, still in the workforce, working hard, trying to climb the ladder. But just a couple of things that I've been. Mm-hmm.
And I've known you for quite a while. When I met you, you were kicking butt in sales in the financial industry. So
exactly. So I'm still in the financial industry. I know when you and I met, I was working for a smaller company on Plano, and so I was trying to grow my career with them. The thing is, with growing your career, you really want to get a lot of exposure to a lot of different companies. It's good to stick to one company. However, the more you can kind of get around, the more exposure you have and the more experience you gain. The issue, my problem back then was that I didn't have a college degree. And then a lot of these big companies either want you to have a college degree or they want you to have a ton of experience.
Right.
So, there's a couple ways to go around it. You don't always need a degree. You could just, work your butt off, kind of like I was, and continue to do that and work your way up and then make yourself valuable. You're adding value to yourself, and then you can kind of market yourself to other companies with the experience you've gained. So that was going well for me. However, I did decide to go back to school, finish up my degree. So I went to Texas Tech. I got my business degree in economics. And then I immediately
why
went
that
back.
degree?
Why that degree?
Why that degree?
So I'm going to tell you guys a little secret right now. So the business degree, economics degree, that's just something that I personally like to study. It's something that really engaged me and kept me focused in school and just got me through it. However, I could have worked somewhere completely outside of finance, outside of my degree. It's
right.
I think what most companies look for when they ask for a college degree, a lot of times you'll see companies like, for example, I work at a financial company. However, I work with a lot of people who have like criminal justice degrees and liberal arts degrees and all these other different degrees. I think what companies really want to see is dedication. I think earning a college degree just shows that you were committed to finish something. No matter how long it took you, you actually finished it. You took the time and you completed something. And I think that's what they're mainly looking for. And so, yep, exactly. So like I said, I went ahead and, I got that degree. I immediately entered back into the workforce. I got a job at TD Ameritrade. Of course, when fresh out of college, even though I had a ton of work experience, as you know, out of college, still brand new degree, I'm still considered entry level. So I had to kind of start from the bottom and work my way back up again. So obviously,
a Drake song?
What was that?
Isn't that a Drake song?
Yeah, exactly. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Exactly. So in my case, I started from the bottom. I worked up, started back from the bottom, worked my way back up. So I got a job at TD Ameritrade. I had to start off as an entry-level relationship manager 1. However, my previous work experience really helped. It really kicked in. So as you know, Kat, I worked on the phones a lot when I was doing sales. So my new role, it doesn't really involve sales. It's more of a service base. However, I noticed that salespeople can make really good service people because we're so used to taking the high volume of calls, and we're so used to, just having people listening. I think we just have really good listening skills, and we know what to listen for.
If you're a good sales guy, that's correct.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, it's all about listening. Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of sales guys.
I want to ask you too, because I had the privilege of watching you work, right? And I mean, literally, like sitting there looking at you while you're working, and you kind of had an interesting approach with your clients. You always just were very conversational. It never sounded like a sales call. It was just, just very calm and flowing, and it made it very natural. Has that approach made it easier for you to switch to service? Do you think that
it definitely has? Absolutely, it has. And that's exactly what I was about to say. A lot of salespeople, they're really focused on talking and pitching and, elevator pitch and all this stuff. The thing is, I've learned that listening to your clients really tells you how to make the sale. If you just let them talk, they're going to tell you what all their issues are, and then you can just come right in with your solution. And you technically, don't really have to pitch them. Your pitch is kind of built into the conversation. And you're right. That's exactly how I did it. That's how I focused.
This person knows how to ask good questions. It's not about talking all the time. It's about asking really good questions.
Asking the right questions. Exactly. Exactly. And that's how you get them to talk, right? You want to get them engaged. You want to get them to talk, and you want them to kind of, in a way, sell themselves. And you're just there. They're just buying from you because they like you. Yeah, so that does translate to service really well. That has helped me a lot, especially when I started at TD Ameritrade. We were actually merging. We just bought out Scottrade. And so you can just imagine the high volume of phone calls we were getting from all the Scottrade customers trying to get into TD system. And it was nuts. It was definitely nuts. But I think my previous work experience really did help me in that aspect. It got me used to taking high volume of calls and remaining calm the entire time. And so I worked my way up to relationship manager 2 just within 3 short months. And then about a year after that, I went ahead and applied for the senior relationship manager role, which again, they only open up that role, I want to say, about maybe once a year.
Oh,
And
wow.
we usually have about, I want to say, 250 so candidates, 250 so people apply for that position. It's all internal as well.
Hey, can I say something? I think that's a huge skill that you got there, man. Because I'm going to tell you, there's something about, call-in service, right? That just is, man, I tell you what, I don't like 1-800 numbers. I don't like calling for service. And the thing that is missing is the human element, right?
Exactly.
Like when you call in and you have a problem, first of all, there's already a negative situation going on. There's a problem. And I got to call into Wahid and I got to say, hey, fix my problem. And because it's through the phone, he's not really a human being. He's just 1-800, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure you get a lot of just people like me. I'm a jerk on the 1-800. I'm sorry. I try. This is my weakness. I try to be really good on 1-800. I try because anyway, so that's a skill, man, that you have is to deal with people, man. Angry people that are like, my problem, man.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. And there's plenty of those out there, right? Like I want to say, if you're taking 100 calls a day, you're going to get at least 10 of those a day. And you just gotta deal with it, And just one, for someone who's not patient, just one could really completely shut their day down. So you just got to be really careful and not letting that happen to you.
And empathetic, as Trevor and I were discussing earlier, empathy. Always, especially right now. So right now, speaking of that, what have you seen that's different right now versus a few months ago, right? Pre-COVID and pre all of the national stress, what differences are you seeing?
Well, in my industry, so as you guys know, TD Ameritrade, we're a brokerage firm in stocks and bonds and everything. So in my industry, we have been busy. We have not slowed down a beat because whether the market's up or down, if people are buying or selling, they still have to go through us. So we had just been slammed. And it's crazy. I've been seeing a lot of different things. So definitely a lot of people selling off, trying to liquidate. However, there's a lot of opportunists out there, people who are saying, okay, hey, the market is crashing. This is a good opportunity to buy up. So they're just buying. Exactly. It is.
I'm in financial as well. I can definitely speak to that. I can relate to it. It's I've been super slammed. Like, oh my God. Just busy. Like, the recessions and the times that the market is volatile and things like that, like what's going on right now, are when people actually kind of think that they need help and guidance. And so, like, we're busier now than we ever have been. When things are good and the market just keeps climbing, people think they don't need us. Right.
They just have a steady game plan, but then when it's volatile, you're right. When it's volatile, it's the busiest.
Yep. So I tell people all the time, Wahid, me and you are in a recession-proof business.
Pretty much, I would say so. Absolutely.
Yep.
So, Wahid, one of the things I'm very excited about for you, and it's something I've known, you wanted to do for quite a while, is you're now branching off into entrepreneurship as well.
Absolutely.
And by the way, this is a great opportunity to mention yet again that we do have opportunities. If you go to our actual website, which is careerlaunch2020.com, go to the opportunities page, you will see dozens upon dozens of awesome opportunities from all levels. Everything from entry-level sales all the way up to executive type positions. And one of the roles that you will find on the Titan management page of our site is Wahid's role. He is looking for some truck drivers. So tell us, first of all, how excited are you that you're finally getting to do that?
I am very, very excited. So you've known me a long time. I've always had that entrepreneurial spirit. A lot of sales guys do. Even though I went into service. So here's one of the benefits of me going into the workforce, working my way up as quickly as I did. It comes with a lot of great perks. It comes with that good pay bump every time. So what allowed me to do is kind of reinvest my money, set aside some money to where I want to reinvest and go into entrepreneurship. So this is one of my first ventures. It's going to be a trucking company. The way I came across that, so I did have a broker who was helping me kind of find a lot of businesses for me to acquire. One of the acquisitions I wanted to do was a bigger trucking company out in Houston. However, Yeah, yeah. I think I explained that to you. However, it's kind of like you gotta work your way up, just like in the workforce. You have to work your way up. Therefore, what I'm starting to do is I want to go ahead and start my own small little trucking company here. Get a few trucks, build a good team of drivers. What I'm looking to do is build a core team of drivers who will eventually be my fleet managers, since they're going to be my
Right.
first few drivers. So, we're looking for a lot of
Right.
trust to build here. And so, what I want to
That's
do
awesome.
is build that up, and then acquire something bigger, and then
Right, exactly. And I love that you made the analogy to working up in the workplace. That's the number one piece of advice I give to new entrepreneurs is work. That's how you learn,
Yes.
right? That's how you learn how to build up. Don't just start off trying to own a business. You're going to flop, unless you just get really, really lucky and you're Mark Zuckerberg and you get some freakishly awesome, random idea. You're not going to be successful. And even so, it still behooves you to learn and have that experience and all that. And so first of all, I commend you for that, because I've known, like, for years, I've known you, and you've wanted, like, I want to do something. But what drew you specifically to trucking?
So, like I said, as I was searching for businesses to acquire, the trucking industry really came across me. There was one particular company in Houston that I really liked. They specialize in like oil field trucking, so they especially help in the oil fields. All right, and so what happens is, as you're looking to acquire a company, you really learn a lot about the industry, really start to dive deep in it, and then it really, I'm a numbers guy. So the numbers started popping up to me. I'm like, okay, if I can take this business and I can add a few more trucks, here's how much extra I can be making, or here's how I can optimize the business and be efficient with it. And so then I thought, instead of waiting a long time for me to acquire this company, I can just go ahead and work with the numbers and start acquiring trucks right now, one by one. And so it was really a numbers game for me. I'll just be honest. It's 100% numbers game. I knew that I'm a numbers guy. I work in finance. So I knew that this is one way for me to scale. Economy is a scale. So that's what really attracted me to this.
So what's going to set you apart from everybody else?
So
what's going to make you different?
So I'm very, very focused on not just client satisfaction, but definitely employee satisfaction as well. I believe your company start and end with your employees. So what's going to set me apart is, the average trucker, unless you're owner operator, if you're working for a company, they don't really get paid all that much. I think the average median wage is like $40,000 or something like that. I plan to pay above industry average, but that's just only one part of it, right? Anyone can offer a higher salary. What I really want to do is engage my drivers. I want them to be like a little, a small little family. And that's how I want to be different. I really want my employees to be the front face of my company. And essentially they'll be like, part owners with me. And that's how I want to treat them.
That's great. Yeah. Equity share is such a big piece, and it really does show value to people. It really does show them really are part of the team. So I like that. That's really cool. So speaking of which, our next guest used to sort of be your manager, not exactly over your department, but
I know him very well. We work very close together.
So that's right. So our next guest is Joel Knapp. I've worked for and with him, and now he runs the company with me. So let's see if we can get Joel in here too.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
We're hearing reverberation.
Yeah, we got some echoes going on over here.
Joel, do you want me to shut the door?
Let me see.
I told you, Murphy's Law. What did I tell you, Catherine? I told you. Guys, we're going to have Murphy's Law. We're doing this for people from all over the world. Hey, look, we're going to have some echoes here and there, some choppiness. All good.
Hello, is that any better?
I think so. I think we're good. Okay. But Catherine, I think you're muted. Catherine, are you there? Joel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's going on?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good. I'm not sure where Catherine went, but I think she muted herself because there was some echo. But there she is. What's going on? Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law. We discussed that earlier. Murphy's Law. So I'm really excited. Joel's fantastic. I have worked with him in every sort of capacity. He worked, I guess, kind of under me. I was the lead when he did work with me at Maximum Sport, the previous travel partner to the Dallas Cowboys. I've been his employee so many times, I don't even know how many, why he'd worked for him. And now we run Titan Management together, and he's come on board there. So I want to kind of start though with his career evolution, because he's had a fascinating one. So Joel, can you tell us a little bit about how you've evolved to where you are today?
Okay. Well, yeah, it was kind of a winding road. In my early 20s, I was doing bill collections for Citibank. I did that for about 4 years. Also, while I was in college, because the schedules are flexible. But I moved from there, like I said, after about 4 or 5 years, to kind of attacking debt from the other side, working for consumers instead, to basically against their lenders, to negotiate lower balances so that they could actually pay off their debt. From there, I was able to work for a number of really good small companies that not only were looking out for their consumers, but allowed me to wear a lot of different hats. And that's something I always had wanted to do anyway. So I was able to work in a negotiation department and a customer service department. I was able to work in sales. I'm probably leaving something out, data entry. And I was able to work in these departments, sometimes supervise them or manage them.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
So you were managing, you were growing these departments, and you did. I remember at Credit Answers, you took a department from the ground up, and then some things kind of went crazy there. And the company, some things happened in that industry and all that. And then you ended up with another settlement company. Can you tell us how you came to be with them? That's kind of a fun, in terms of, how you got recruited. It was an unusual recruiting method.
Yeah, I don't even remember. It was a guy by the name of Scott that got a hold of me. I don't even remember how we got each other's information, to be honest with you, but we had some very, very energetic phone conversations about his vision, what he wanted to do.
Right.
And he essentially recruited me, brought me on with no job title whatsoever. And
right.
we got along, I think, because we both liked that idea so much. Instead of being restricted by a title, just go in, and anytime you see something that needs to be fixed or can be better, or there's anything that needs to be done, just go ahead and do it. It was a very empowering position. It was very freeing, and it was exciting, and it probably led to the rest of what I've done in my career.
Right. And so some tragedy happened, and there were some problems in that industry that caused that particular company to have to close down, very sadly. I remember that day. But what happened after that? So then you did something really unexpected right after that.
Yeah, the industry crashed due to some government regulation. And obviously this isn't a political show, so we're not going to get too much into that. But the entire industry get away. So everything I built, my name, my reputation, my entire career, my contacts, was all worthless in an instant. But instead of panicking, well, maybe right after panicking, not panicking very long, I came up with the idea to go to a moving company. It's completely different. It's manual labor instead of something financial. But I was able to take all those skills that I had acquired and apply them in a new way. And really, right. I guess for me, it was more of the same. I was just putting on a different hat, and that's something I had already been doing for the last 6 or 7 years.
Well, Joel, that's what we were talking about earlier, which is grit, right? I mean, you got shut down, but you had grit, and you've done it before, right?
Absolutely.
So it had to have been a kick in the gonads, but at the same time, you've done it before. You probably had confidence that, I've done it once, I can do it again, right?
That's a really good way to put it. And that's 100% true.
Yeah. So they then so you got in there, and tell me about what happened then. I mean, you had kind of an interesting experience there. They moved you around a bit. They used you in some different capacities. How did that go?
Well, once again, we kind of created a position that ended up they're still using it to this day, which I'm flattered by. We kind of created a dispatch management position, or I think they changed the name of it to move manager now. And basically, what it's one person sitting in a central location that actually serves 5 or 6 locations throughout the city. And basically what they will do is address any problems that come across for any of the, say, 40 or 50 moves that they have going on at any time. Maybe a furniture breaks, maybe a truck breaks down, maybe a guy gets injured, whatever. That dispatch management position kind of runs point for however that issue is going to be fixed.
And I think that's fascinating. And the fact that multiple times you were part of creating a position, because you did it at Credit Answers, you did it with AFC, you did it there, and we'll talk about in a minute how you've done it yet again. It's that idea, don't let your resume define you, and be open to creativity and bringing your unique perspective into a situation, and helping wherever you see a problem. If you see a problem, step up, raise your hand. If you have an idea for a solution, be part of it, because you never know where that's going to take your career.
Well, I think also you want to jump in, and you want to learn the job above you if that's applicable, learn the job below you if that's applicable, and learn the jobs horizontally if you possibly can. But you need to be vocal about that. You can't just sit on your hands and expect your manager or whoever to offer that to you. You've got to be vocal about it, and you might have to be vocal about it several times. You might have to bug people to do it.
I love that. I love that you said that. You gotta ask, right? If you don't ask, you won't receive, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So you got to take a shot, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
What happens if you ask and you ask and you ask and you ask, but you keep getting shut down? What then?
I think if you're being stifled like that, you might just be in the wrong environment. You can't. If you have creativity inside you that is completely being shut down, if you're surrounded by wet blankets, you might think that your job is safe, it's secure, it's a good paycheck, and all these other things that we tell ourselves that are to stay in our comfort zone. Look, I'm not knocking that, but at some point it can actually hurt your career.
Yeah. Oh, that's what happened to me. So when I was in the auto industry, I asked and asked and asked, and they weren't hearing it, and so I started to become that disgruntled employee, right? I started to my mindset shift, my attitude shift, my grind shifted, everything shifted, and I was like, woke up one day and I'm like, I don't enjoy this anymore. I don't like it. I don't, and so totally, I think if that's happening to you, if you start recognizing that, and if you become aware, which is the first step, I think it's time to make some steps, to get out.
100%.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't mean
it doesn't mean you need to walk out that day, but like you said, start taking some steps. If you or do. If
that
you want to
for
be,
you too, let's not pretend it didn't.
No, I didn't just walk out. I planned it, right? And
no, not you, him. No, Joel has a funny story. We're not going to tell that story because it will encourage people to do great things, but it worked well for him.
It happened to work out, but it's not advice.
You said, "Pete, I'm out."
So he did some interesting maneuvers. So you had this great career going at 2 Minute Truck. Don't mind putting a shout out to them. They're a great company, although it's in the Dallas area. Gray Wolf Moving now has one of the top guys that used to be at 2 Men in a Truck, and they're great too. But so both phenomenal. So you have this great career going. What happened unexpectedly?
Well, so then I don't know. A couple of years into that, Scott called me again. So that's a recurring theme. He called me again. He was starting a new company, basically doing the same thing that we were doing before with credit cards, but this time with student loan debt. So we did that. Really worked out. I kind of was able to take on the same kind of role that I did before. I don't even remember what my title was. We actually gave me one this time, but it's not really that important, because I managed customer service. I was a system admin. I also helped manage the sales department. And I'm probably leaving out a couple other things. The only thing I'm not good at is making coffee.
I think too, so you went through that, you had that again, so you had another evolution, and then I called you up and I said, hey, I'm running a recruiting company. I didn't call you up, I talked to you and I said, hey, I'm running a recruiting company and I need you to come on. So, and just so that everybody knows, so what I did is he goes, well, what do you want me to do? And I said, everything. and so he's done, but he does CFO jobs, he does COO, he has hooked me up here today with all of this lovely technology and takes care of this. He's literally stepped in and done everything. So what's that career evolution been like for you?
This has probably been one of my favorite ones. Probably my favorite one, because I mean everything that we do basically determines whether we live or die, and almost on a daily basis. I love that kind of pressure, and there's no one to rely on. I actually love that, and it kind of takes all the things that I had been learning over the last decade and a half, and applying it with a little more urgency than I had before. Before, I wore all the hats, but I had a reliable paycheck from a larger company that wasn't going anywhere. If I made a mistake here and there, I was okay. But this is a new kind of pressure, and I really thrive on it. I like it.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. That's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So what's your big advice to people that want to evolve their career and don't want to let their resume define them? What's your advice to them?
Kind of like we touched on before. Bug your supervisors if you need to learn the job, learn the job above you, learn the job below you if it's applicable. Learn the jobs horizontal. In some workplaces, you can do that without asking. One of my mentors, Harvey Lasasso, once told me that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. So do some of that.
I do that a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of successful people do. I think you have to. The road to success is paved with mistakes.
Oh man, you're telling me. Yeah.
100%. And we had a question, and I'm going to let you address it, Joel, before we bring on our next presenter. It says, nervous about the future, but excited at the same time. How can we best use this nervous energy to help our career evolution?
Oh boy.
What would you say?
For me, nervousness really brings out my creativity, but I don't know if everybody's the same way. But if it does, if you have those creative thoughts, write them down, and the ones that you can follow through on, do it.
Right. And I would say too, when you're feeling that nervous energy and you're feeling twitchy, people and network, move that. And talk about the psychology behind that. And to getting through all this, we have our next guest. And thank you very much, Joel, for being on the show. We've really enjoyed having you.
Thanks, Joel.
So our next guest is Michaela. Thank you.
Hi.
Our next guest is Michaela. She is coming on. Where is she? She's coming. Right. Woohoo! There she is. All right. Oh, we can almost see you. There you are.
Weird. Okay.
Nope. There we go. All right. So,
okay.
Now you win. So we're really excited to have Michaela on. And I can't tell if I'm breaking up or if they are. Can y'all hear me?
I get cut in and out every once with you, Catherine, but I've just been riding with it.
Yeah, you've been sort of cutting up a little bit.
Yeah, same here. Y'all are cutting out for me too. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm really excited to welcome Michaela on. She's a psychology major. She's going to be talking to us about the psychology behind COVID and the lockdowns and all of that, and how we can move forward. So Michaela, take it away.
Yeah, I think you had mentioned, Catherine, me recapping some of the stages that I went through last time. Did you still want me to do?
Yes, please.
Okay. So yeah, just real briefly, the stages that I've seen sort of happening with COVID and the specifically stages of grief and loss and just things that happen with crises. The first one is denial, and that's really when we don't want to admit that whatever is happening is actually happening. And it's a means to avoid anxiety for ourselves. And this is in no way a judgment on people whatsoever. It's not saying like, oh, well, you shouldn't be having denial. No, this is entirely natural. All of these stages that I'm going through are entirely natural. So when denying the situation inevitably doesn't work, we then hit the next stage of anger. And anger is really, anytime we're angry, we're trying to protect ourselves. And that's what anger is. And when anger doesn't work, we hit the third stage, which is bargaining. And bargaining is exactly what it sounds like. You just try to find ways to work yourself out of the situation, like compromise your way out of the situation. And when denial, anger, bargaining hasn't worked, we hit the fourth stage, which is depression. Exactly what it sounds like. It's that nothing we've done has worked for ourselves. So we sort of hit the state of, well, darn, what do I do now? And we sort of just have to have our moment. And then for the fifth stage, we hit acceptance.
Right. So, and to get to that stage, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but right now, can you talk to us a little bit about kind of the professional limbo that we are all in and how to cope with that?
Wow, limbo. That is a great word for what's happening. I hadn't considered the word limbo, but it's really true because we're not really sure what's happening. So it's like it could really go either way, and we're sort of stuck in this state. And everything. So the limbo that I see is that everything's up in the air. They say we're reopening. Are we really reopening? What's going to happen next? And specifically, how's it going to affect me and whatever personal limbo I'm in with the professional world and with the job market? And what I've seen really happening with this, and what it really exemplifies this whole limbo situation and the whole crisis situation in general, really, is that what are our brain's main jobs? To protect ourselves. Sorry, it's a rhetorical question. But yeah, it's to protect ourselves and to ensure our survival. And right now with this limbo, we don't know how to do that. We have our brains are like, I don't know. And so with that comes a lot of stress. With that comes a lot of worry and anxiety.
Right.
Yeah,
and
I think people. Oh, go ahead, Catherine.
No, go ahead, Trevor. I talk too much. Go ahead.
Hey, Michaela, how are you?
Good, Trevor. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I think I kind of went through those stages as well, right? Just, we've seen a lot of stuff, and then all of a sudden this thing happens, and you go through the denial phase, which is like, okay, well, this isn't that bad or whatever, and then all of a sudden they shut down the country, and then it was like, oh, okay, well, this is going to be like a blimp on the radar, like this is going to be a week or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like turned into a month and then 2 months, and then like, oh my gosh, and then you're like, is it ever going to end? And like, so I can personally relate to that. I went through all of those kind of stages. One of the things I would recommend for people to do is to get through that quickly, you got to get through those. You got to get to that end stage, which is acceptance, and then learn to focus on the things you can control and not worry about the things you cannot control, which I cannot control when they turn the lights back on in the country. I cannot control what's going on there with the riots and everything that's happening. Like, I can't control any of that. That's not in my control. It's not in my power. But what I can control is I can go, I can read scripture. I can go to the word. I can fill my mind with positive thoughts. I can study. I can, do things to learn and advance my career. There's a lot of things you can do. And I think that's one of the things that I would teach people is to get to that acceptance stage quicker. Not to stay in any one of those. To stay in any one of those stages too long is not going to help. It's not going to be good for someone.
So, Michaela, what are your thoughts on that?
Actually, what you're talking about is taking effective action for yourself. That's something that I actually was all prepared to discuss, and actually I think it's the very next thing I was going to discuss. No, that's perfect, because it means that you get that. And I was going to even ask you how you worked through it, how you were able to accept, and you gave us all of what you've done. And so those are phenomenal ways to be able to take effective action.
Yes.
Do you mind if I sort of use that sort of segue into what I was going to say about effective action?
Go.
All right, perfect. So yeah, like I said, I talked about effective action last time. Trevor brought up some great ways to do that. Whatever works for you is going to work for you. Last time I talked about, just going out on pretty days. It's another gorgeous day today, so I'm going to go out after this and take a walk. And Catherine, you brought up knowing when to take breaks for ourselves. And that's an extremely important way to take effective action, is knowing when to take breaks. And one thing I want to touch on here is something that can go with the stages that Trevor was talking about, that we were discussing, and that's intentionality and intentional decision making. And what I mean by that is that oftentimes as humans, we're on what I like to call autopilot. And this is, again, no judgment, because if we were constantly intentional and constantly aware, we would drive ourselves nuts. Our brains would explode, and our brains are programmed to be on autopilot. However, when we are on this autopilot, we miss opportunities to take this effective action. So I want just real quick sort of exemplify this. I wish I could take credit for this. I can't, but there's this little activity I wanted, if you can see my hand, here we go, that we can do just to sort of exemplify how the brain works and what's happening. Can y'all see my hand all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is, our forearm is going to represent our spinal cord. And right here, the base of our palm, that's going to be our brain stem. And what happens here is all of our primitive processes. So things like breathing, blinking, digestion, things that we don't have conscious control over, and fear responses. Fear responses are right here. And then what tends to happen, if you put your thumb over the palm of your hand, that's going to be the limbic system, which really makes the decisions. It's like, okay, is this a threat? Is this not a threat? And it decides where to send it. So then what happens, bear with me here, is these four fingers are going to be the cerebral cortex, and this houses all of our executive functioning. So this is things like our working memory, organization, planning, and problem solving. And oh my goodness, as human beings, we think we are the best at problem solving. And in some cases, we are. In other cases, not so much. So what tends to happen is the limbic system here decides, okay, well, what's going on, and tries to work out where the two can interact. And so that's what I really see sort of happening, is that with intentional decision making, we want to be able to maintain intentionality amidst the automatic processes and automatic pilots that are going on, both with our fear responses, so anger, fear, anxiety, and as well as with our thought processes up here in the cerebral cortex, because we can really have automatic thoughts with both.
Right. Absolutely. So how do we get out of this autopilot?
That is a really, really great and juicy question that I would love to answer. So with my classes, I know, with my classes right now, I've been doing a lot of research about the brain and how it works, and I've hit on some very interesting points. And one of them that I'd like to explain real quick, because I think understanding the science behind what goes on up here really brings a lot of cohesion between our experiences and just reality. Like, oh, there's a reason that I'm feeling this way. And so one thing I want to touch on is up here in the cerebral cortex that I was just discussing, where all of that, those judgments and planning and organization come in. We have some waves, some brain waves that exist. And two types in particular are conscious, are present during conscious awareness. And one of them is called beta waves. And beta waves are associated with things like problem solving, judgment, and all these cerebral functions. And they are very fast. They're very active. They're just, there's a lot of activity with beta waves. And so I like to associate beta waves with how we can get ourselves overwhelmed real fast, because it's, like I said, a lot of very fast activity. And then the other type of wave is our alpha waves. And alpha waves are actually associated with calmer, slower states where we're working on mental coordination and alertness, and even the connection between like our body, so down here in this primitive brainstem, and our mind, so up here in the cortex. And those alpha waves are really present there. And so what I see is the goal, because of these different waves that we can affect in our waking state of consciousness, is to be able to experience and make decisions in a calm, alert state and not on autopilot.
Right. So how does that help people to get into, I mean, can you kind of make that more human? Like kind of tell people like how that, doing that, and relate it to actual action that people can take.
Actual action people can take for themselves.
Okay, so they're doing this and they get in the state of mind, right? And they get out of autopilot, but what are the actual steps that they take? And things that they do to help do that?
My brain works a million miles a second sometimes. I apologize. Yeah, let me put this into human language. So in order to show y'all what I mean by this autopilot, I think there's a very simple, very quick thing I want y'all to try real quick.
Let's do it.
Okay. So right now, in this moment, I just like for you to sit here and bring your attention to what's going on in your mind. As humans, we are able to have our attention on multiple things. We can have our attentions in our mind with our own processes. We can have our attention in our bodies, and we can have our attention on what's going on in the world around us. And right now,
should we close our eyes?
What's that?
Should we close our eyes?
Oh, if you want to, yeah. And just take a moment to just really be aware of what thoughts are going on. It could be nothing. It could be calm, busy. And
what if I have no thoughts? Is that okay?
Yes, totally. It really is if you don't have any thoughts. But congratulations, you just broke autopilot. Even if there's no thoughts particularly going on in that moment, you have now broken that autopilot, that bystander reaction, just by thinking and being curious about what's going on in your head so that you can make an intentional reaction around it. Because honestly, even just noticing the thoughts alone has a tendency to change them.
Right. Absolutely. So what about you? What are your personal things that you do to kind of, if you don't mind sharing, to kind of unwind and get yourself off autopilot and to make yourself feel motivated? Because this is part of what we're trying to address, is helping people stay motivated through everything going on with COVID.
If I'm being entirely transparent and honest, it has been difficult. Everything going on right now, everything being up in the air, my personal limbo with my professional, whether it's my school, my own work, it's been really hard to be. And so I've had to come up with a lot of new ways to be able to do this for myself. And a lot of mine is meditation. So, I am very into yoga and just taking time to really center myself and be with my thoughts. That's one of the reasons I brought this up today, is that it has been extremely powerful. And I've seen it be powerful for others as well, to really be able to be with what's going on in my head and not just a bystander to it. Because one thing that was happening for me is my stress was, I was creating stress in the cerebral up here. I was thinking too much and just really becoming a bystander to my own experience and my thoughts. And so I really just, for me, the way I find peace and reconnect with my motivation is to be able to understand these are thoughts, they're not reality.
Yeah, I like that you're saying, to disconnect. I think some things that people can do, you're seeing a lot of people doing this right now. You said yoga, but a lot of people are getting outside, getting in nature, put your phone away, and that's something I need. I need to take my own advice with that. But, it disconnect, right? Because we're just all so connected, and we see all of these different things all over the world happening. And you can sit there and dwell on it, and you start getting these negative thoughts, and all these things start creeping in, and anxiety and stress and all that, right? So disconnect, get out, get away, go remind yourself, the little small pleasures in life, like go camping, go fishing, do yoga, like you were saying, and to do that more often. And I think for me, that's my biggest area that I need improvement is to unwind. That's the area I need the most, because I just grind. I go.
It could be really easy to do.
Yep. And
Right.
Take some time off. Anyways, and so I think there are a lot of people that could use those tips to just shut it off right now. I mean, you're looking at your phone 24/7, and it's like and by the time we're zombies. We're zombies, right?
Yeah.
We're just zombies scrolling on our phones.
Trevor, I need
It's
a little
so
version of you to carry around in my pocket to remind me of these things. 'Cause that's really hard to take.
Well, I tell you what, these have been wonderful tips that we've gotten, Michaela, and I thank you so much for coming on. We're going to have Michaela on again tomorrow, so tune in tomorrow to see her yet again, same time, same place. We're really, really excited about her. We're going to move on to our next guest, who's going to talk to us about onboarding and the do's and don'ts. So I'd like to welcome Miss Heather Rios.
Hi.
Let's see if we can get her here.
Hey.
Almost. I hear her. There she is. Hi.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
What's going on,
I'm
Heather?
great. Thank you.
Good. I feel like I've tackled the world and it's only 8:30. So I'm like, yay.
You usually do. So just so everybody knows, Heather was a candidate of mine that I placed with a client of mine, and now she's my primary contact at that client. So we work together very heavily, and this woman starts working at like 5 a.m. How you were just saying you can't shut off, Trevor? Whoa. This woman is always on, and she's all over it. She's absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. So let's start with tell us about your career evolution and what got you into HR.
Oh gosh, let's see. I didn't want to go into HR. I actually wanted to be a police officer. So
Really?
That's a hard life then.
I know, right? I did. I know.
That's a gift right there.
I know, right? I did start my career out going to Gavilan to get my AJ, and then decided after going on ride-alongs that it's probably not the career for me because I'm too sensitive. So anyway, I love people. I'm a people person. I love to meet new people. I love to help people. And so originally I got into my career in finance. So finance is where I started. And I actually started as a receptionist at a startup, believe it or not, and worked my way up into an ops manager, and then went into financial, then HR. So HR kind of just evolved into that role. It did. And it was just more of a, hey, we're just going to go talk to Heather early on in my career because we trust her and we like talking to her. And then it just kind of, I was like, well, hey, maybe I should just go into HR. So then I started getting into HR, doing classes, doing school, all that good stuff, got my degrees, all of that. And then, took a break, went back into finance for about 4 years and missed it. I missed people. It can't be trying. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Wow. It can get to a point where you feel like you're a glorified babysitter at times. But it is a very, very rewarding, very rewarding career for me. If I get a text message at the end of the night that somebody feels secure, safe, happy, and growth within themselves, that's all that matters to me.
Right.
So been doing this now for
and
HR for about 15 years. In HR finance, about 22 years now.
What are some of the changes you've been seeing with COVID?
Well, I was sharing with Catherine recently that it personally it's affected me, but business wise it really hasn't, and it's a good thing because we are a remote post. Essentially to begin with. So, and we have a really good reins on our employees. We use Slack to communicate. I have a really good relationship with all of my employees from all over the US to Brazil to the Ukraine. And I just keep communicating with them. I make sure that they're safe. I make sure that they're taking the precautions that they need to keep themselves and their families safe at home. I've been going into the office to make sure that things have been taken care of. I had a cleaning crew come in a couple of times to wipe out the office. So when we're ready to go back in, we can, roll in. But I think that the most important thing is to eliminate fear. So especially with people that just started a company as well. So we had a few new hires that started, and being a startup, it's kind of like, are we going to have the funds in order to, keep going because of COVID?
Right.
And we did, because of our leader. He's amazing. And he really takes care of us and makes sure that, we're all taken care of and that we're all paid and we're all good and golden. And I really appreciate that. So I can trickle that down to my employees so they know that it comes from the top.
We talked a lot about
absolutely, and you're right. I mean,
what'd you say, Catherine?
Yes, we have, and
yeah.
I think we've hit on an accidental secondary topic of eradicating fear and getting rid of it, because it just doesn't help with anything. And you and I have been through quite a bit together professionally. Adjusting to COVID
short amount of time. Yes.
Yes, we have. And it's been really interesting. And one of the things that I really like that you implemented where you are, and you're talking about all the employee relations, right? And how you're helping them. You got this onboarding process to be amazing. People get all these welcome emails now. They feel very much a part of things. They have a profile that they give you that you send out to everyone so that everyone can meet them. You do the, you now you have the benefits package ready to go for them. There's the formal offer letters. Everything's running much better. So let's start with, why was that such a focus for you right off the bat?
So in my career, I've noticed that it's your first impression when you go into a company is HR. And I feel that HR is the one that makes or breaks your decision on if you're going to be joining a company. You can have the most horriblest interviews with the top executives in a company, and then talk to a person like myself and be like, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. And, that's what I pride myself in, is that I'm real, I'm honest, I'm open. I give my cell phone number out, and I say, if you have any questions, text me, feel free to call me, because ultimately you're interviewing us. So we need to make sure that it's a good fit for both parties. And I have it's a two-edged sword for me, because once I set that foundation, it'll eliminate problems for me down the road, right? Because I'm getting them on that path of, I'm going to set you up to succeed. Here's what I'm giving you to succeed. If you don't do it, that's on you. So that's my philosophy.
Right.
Is, I'm not your typical HR where I'm going to, I'm sorry, are you okay? It's just, it doesn't work in today's society. And I'm just not that type of person. I mean, I can't fake it, and I'm real with people. I can tell them, like, hey, we got to get our stuff together because things are, not working.
Right.
Which is great. But also, that foundation, going back to that foundation is, because I work for a startup right now, currently, it's really important for us to have that, to where somebody who joins a company knows that A, we have our stuff together, B, we're going to set them up to succeed, and C, there's open and transparency throughout the whole entire company. And that's what I love.
100%.
Yeah. To make sure that employees feel open to come to me, as I'm not there to hire and fire people. I'm there to do a lot more than hire and fire. So, you know, come to me.
We got a really good question from the audience from another Heather Bowden. She says, do the employees accept that everything's okay at face value, or do you beef up your messaging on job security with some stats or other information, or maybe even a quote from leadership?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that. Actually, no, I don't do stats. And here's the reason why. Stats lie. Everybody gives their stats and they want everybody to be in a higher position. So, oh, look at me, we're doing great. No.
What's that one thing? This was 75% of all statistics were made up on the spot or something like that.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. It's like, it's so funny because I do this in executive team meetings as I go, how do we feel today? Right? I mean, do we feel like we're going to give a little bit more than what we, you know? So no, stats to me don't work. So what I do is I'm real with people. I'm in the same boat they are. I have two children in college that I'm paying for. I live in the Silicon Valley. You know, I know, I get it. I worry every single day. My husband was out of work for a good 5 months, you know, so I can relate with everybody. I'm not sitting on a gazillion dollars in my bank account. You know, I'm real like everybody. I live paycheck to paycheck. So I can be real with them and say, listen, we're in this together. I can't guarantee that our jobs are safe. I can't guarantee that for myself anywhere we go. So if somebody tells you that, they're lying to you. I just want you to understand that we're going to end this together, and we're going to communicate with you every step of the way. And know that me as your HR representative, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that we are all in alignment in our executive team, whether it be that the executive teams need to take a pay cut, which has happened, you know, to get to where we need to be, where we can function fully and not have our employees be hit in any way.
I had an experience where, when I was in the auto industry, where our management lied to us about a pay cut, right? And they lied to us, and they made up some bogus story about why it was happening, just so they could save their, you know, their salary, right? And that really was it was like the catalyst that really, you know, made me leave. One of the biggest things that made me leave that industry was the fact that I was lied to, so that they could keep their wallet fat, right? Right.
And it's, you know, and I'm not going to say that companies don't do that. I mean, I'm going to be honest, and they do that. Will I be a part of that? Absolutely not. Will I put my hard-earned hours and my away from my family into a company that does that to employees? No, only because.
People need to be looking at how companies reacted to this COVID. How did they react? What did they do? Did they furlough people? Did they let people go? Did the executives get, you know, keep their a nice bonus, but everybody else got cut? And if I was a candidate, I would be asking some of these questions, like, what was your response? And talk to the other employees too.
Yes.
Don't just you know, when you're interviewing, because they're going to tell you whatever, but talk to the employees at the company, even previous employees, maybe people that got let go.
That's really important. And so, you know, Catherine, to go back onto your onboarding process, and yes, I revamped that whole entire thing because I want them to be able to do everything in the comfort of their own home at their own time. Right. Everything's online. And then it goes back into, you know, us trying to make sure that we have, you know, everything all situated for them before they start, you know, going from, you know, a training process to onboarding, to a welcome note, to, you know, their review process. So it's really important for the leadership as well to be open and honest when we're hiring and when we have our employees. So that comes to another point that I'm going to talk about is it's really important for companies to have a monthly roundtable or check-in. So I implemented this. I actually just released it to the executive team. So I'm hoping that I get some good feedback and put together a roundtable meeting each month that everybody in the whole company, it's a mandatory meeting. It's a virtual meeting where our leader, Chase Harmer, will stand up in the beginning and he will go over all of our, you know, finances, where we're at, what we're looking at in the future, what we've brought in, deals that we've closed, you know, forecasting and all that good stuff. And then he's going to kind of exit. And then I'm going to have other people interact. We're going to have OLAs, which are objective learning things, for people to understand what's happening in our industry so we can learn from each other. And then at the end, we're going to have birthdays and anniversaries just to engage everybody as well for that month.
Right.
So it's really important for companies to make sure that employees know exactly what's going on, especially in this time, what's going on financially, where we're at. Does that mean that I'm going to sit and tell everybody which executives took a pay cut? No. Am I going to tell them exactly what pay cut that was?
No.
Am I going to tell them that we lost some shares? No, things like that. But that's my point. And the reason why we don't say that is because we don't want them to feel guilty. We don't want them to say, oh gosh, some people will take it, oh gosh, okay, they really do care. But some people will be like, you're making me feel guilty right now because we're going through this, So we don't even say that. We just say we're taking the steps internally to make sure that we can function as a company. If that means that we have to look at leadership, then we look at leadership. And then we just leave it at that. And so,
right.
And then right.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that it's important. Yeah. You have to have that kind of, you have to have that interaction with your employees. You have to have that relationship, especially in a remote environment, especially in a remote environment. And especially with a startup company, you absolutely 100% have to have that. It's imperative. And even back to the onboarding process, we keep kind of getting off of that. That's what I want to ask you about.
Right.
So no, you're good. There's so much interesting to talk about right now, especially from an HR perspective. So you're going through all this and you're being transparent with these people. What are you seeing because this is where we have had some difference is on the candidate side, right?
Mm-hmm. So
what are you seeing that's different on the candidate side during COVID?
Again, scared. I mean, everybody's really, they're eager to find a company. They get worried, especially with a startup. So, if we're financially stable enough for us to be bringing people on, and I usually right now, because of this time, I usually have an hour that, as you know, Catherine, that I meet with my candidates before I throw them to the wolves, as I say to the executives. But I usually prep them first for an hour. So right now I'm doing an hour and a half to 2 sometimes. And I walk through, everything with them. I walk through our pipeline. I walk through legally what I can share with them without them signing an NDA. I walk them through, having our onboarding process so that they understand that we're here to see them succeed. Once they're okay financially, when I get that financial platform across to them, I can see their guard kind of drop, and then they're like, okay, tell me a little bit more. Yeah. And, it's very, Catherine, you recruited me. I took a huge pay cut to come here. I wanted to be a part of something in a startup, and I use myself as an example. I've only been here 11 months, and I took about a $30,000 pay cut to come to Pay Certify, and now I'm actually making about $40,000 more than I did at my other company, and I've only been here 11 months. So
that's what I was saying earlier. You got to go down. You got to go, down to move forward. Sometimes
that's right.
It's okay.
That's right.
That's
tenacity.
Right.
They're not willing to do that, and that's what that's what blows my mind. They would rather stay in the same dead end job than take a little bit of a sacrifice to move forward and actually be fulfilled and have great things happen in their life, and that blows my mind.
That is 100% what I wanted to address next. And actually, Heather and I have seen this so many times together, and we're both always just mind blown by it. And this is something I want to address. When you are a candidate going through the hire process and all that, first of all, know what's important to you and what you must have versus what would just be kind of nice and fluffy. So I always tell people whenever I discuss salary, there's your number that you absolutely have to have just to pay your bills and feed yourself, right? And that doesn't mean going out. That doesn't mean any of that. That's just what you have to survive.
Right.
Then there's all the fluffy stuff, right? That just be warm and fuzzy. So first of all, know those two numbers. and know what you need to be able to go forward in terms of benefits and everything else, because it's ridiculous to get all the way through a process and then at the very, very end go, oh, never mind, I'm not going to take this job because of this. The other thing is I'm seeing a big, even more so, this is always an issue, but even more so right now with COVID, people afraid to take that risk, right? They're afraid to go, let me take a little bit less so that I can get more. And that's let me tell you folks, it's never going to work in the long run.
No.
And listen to Heather's story. She took a significant hit.
Look, the market's changed. What somebody got paid pre-COVID and what they're going to get paid, after COVID, it's going to be two different things, because guess what? It all boils down to supply and demand. And look, the supply is high right now. We got, I think, 40 million people was the last report, 40 million people unemployed. Guys, supply and demand. So I would not go into this expecting to make the same amount of money. And I hate saying that. I wish those words weren't leaving my mouth, but it's
so true.
It is. It is.
You're going to make more and everything's going to be great. But I think it's supply and demand, and the supply is extremely high right now.
It is. And I feel for people that, it's easy for us, especially myself, to say to somebody, take a pay cut. You'll be rewarded at the end. I'm in a different situation. I'm in a different, area in my life. My girls are grown. They're graduating high school. They're going into college. Yes, we're looking at that, but I don't have babies at home. I don't have, I don't have that where I'm like, I'm on a different phase in my life where it was just easier for me to say to my husband, you know what, it's time for me to make a change. I want to be a part of something bigger. I don't want to be pushing paper all day.
Right.
I want to go to bed at night and go, my goodness, I completely rocked today. I think I've had some other choice words to gather to be a text, but but it's like
another great question from the audience. Jeffrey says, before the pandemic, if I applied for a job and didn't hear back in a week or a month, I assumed I didn't get a chance to interview for that position. Does this still hold true?
No.
What are your thoughts?
No. So
absolutely not.
No. So here's the thing. If somebody has held you off that long, there's a problem with the company. So you're going to have to, I would continue to ask them where I'm at. But if somebody holds you off for a month and doesn't give you any indication of where your candidacy lies or where they're at in their interview process, I don't know. I'm so used to smaller companies. Bigger companies take a little longer, to be honest. But Catherine, a month. that's pretty.
Here's what I would say. In general, your advice is spot on. Except that big company, really, really big companies. When I say big, I mean like the megas. Like you're talking like Citibank or something like that. If you're that big, it may actually take that long. But I will tell you, in general, you're right. However, with the pandemic, this is one thing that a lot of people forgot. I had people going, oh, my recruiter ghosted me. HR ghosted me. I haven't heard back. Guess who was furloughed also?
Right.
HR.
That's true. That's true.
HR has been at home the last 2 months too, guys. So I know it's super frustrating. I know it stinks. And Jeffrey, you're spot on with how you think. And great question, by the way. Loved it.
Yes, thank you.
But right now, give HR a chance to catch up. Okay, even though most of them are probably back by now, or they will be back soon. Give them a few weeks to get back into it, because man, even a day out when HR can set you back, really far. And so to be out for 2 months, and now you've got to go back and go through all these applications. Not to mention that now companies are going to reassess what each position needs and all that. You're going to have 50,000. And Heather and I have been through this too, 50,000 job description changes and all of that they're going to have to adjust to. So be patient. Empathy
and patience. You got to have patience, and empathy. You got to put yourself in their shoes and figure out what's actually happening in their company. And that's a great question. And I
would definitely say to your question too is just keep being persistent. I love getting emails from candidates, because to me, that shows me that you really want a chance to join a company with us. So, and also, don't just put all your eggs in one basket. Get out there, put your name out there.
No kidding.
Don't wait for one recruiter, one HR person at a company. Just, flood yourself, get on LinkedIn, get as many interviews. I love interviews. To me, Catherine laughed at me because I love them because, like I said, I'm interviewing you because I want to make sure that I'm going to put 8 hours of my life, or more than 8 hours, away from my family into your company, right? So it's really important for candidates to have that mindset as well, is when you're coming in, yes, you're scared. Yes, you want the job. And yes, you're excited. And you're like, yes, I could get this job. And I'm really excited. But have a poker face.
Yeah.
Know your worth and go in there. Yeah. Go in there and just be like, this is where I want to be. And one of my questions, going back to the onboarding, one of my questions when I recruit people is, people say, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Okay. I ask them, in your dream job, you tell me what you would like to see. So you tell me the type of person, manager you'd like to see, the type of structure you would like to see, and the type of rollout for a bonus plan or anything like that for yourself. I'm just talking about yourself. I want to see where their mindset is in the type of company that they're looking for. And then I can focus on, my culture talk and about the company. But it's really good because as an HR person, I can then go to my executive team or the CTO, whomever I'm interviewing for, and say, here's the reason why I want you to talk to this person. Because when I asked these questions, they gave me these answers. So
it's 100%.
So it's really important for people that are out there looking for a job. Don't give up. We're in a really hard time right now. I know. Just keep pushing, keep putting your resumes out there, get in contact with people such as Catherine, great recruiters that will be on your side. If you want to find me on LinkedIn, I'm happy to help. You with any questions that you have, look at your resumes, give you guys any, insight on interviews. Just as an HR person that's a real people person, just be yourself, because HR and recruiters can see right through it. And so, we've been doing this for so long, and I'd rather have somebody just be themselves with me than try to be something different. And I'm like, I don't know if I liked that person. I probably would have liked the other person better.
It's so true. Be genuine, show who you really are, because it's going to come out anyway. So just show, and I don't mean, okay, look, you don't need to talk about your religion. You don't need to talk about your kids. You don't need to, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about who you are in your core, your values, what you bring to the table.
And what you're looking for. Yeah.
Yes, and what you're looking for, and be very clear about that. Don't you're looking for one thing and then come back with something else. That happens all the time with candidates. Have a clear message as to what it is that you're looking for and go with that. Right. Kind of the last thing I wanted to bring up with you, Heather, because it's something that I feel you know quite a bit about, is on the candidate side, when they're coming into an organization and everything is growing, and in a startup, this is especially true, and everything is changing, right? Constantly, right? Especially merchant services. We both know what a brutal industry that is. How do you, or what do you recommend to people? What would you tell them going into that type of environment as to how to mentally prepare and to how to go with it on a daily basis?
When they're interviewing, is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry.
Yes. No, when they're as they come into a job and they're onboarding.
Oh, when they're onboarding. Actually, I just had a pep talk with somebody 2 days ago. On actually Friday. Sorry. We just hired somebody, and it's really important for me to build that relationship with our new hires as well, so that they can come back to me for anything that's needed. So what I do is I take about an hour when they start. I go over everything that they've already done previous with HR. We're on a PEO, so I walk them through our Insperity portal. I go through what I call a who's who in the zoo, which is our org chart, and kind of put a face to a name as well, so they know who to go to. I then go over our directory, and how to get to know people, go over all of our IT stuff. But I think it's also important too, is that I take that time to listen to them. And I tell them to make sure that they ask questions. No questions are stupid questions. Don't ever feel that we're going to feel like, oh, you don't get it, really? Because if you don't ask and you do something totally different, it's going to be a different situation. So because we're a startup,
100%.
because we're going, full force speed, 100 million miles an hour, it's just best I'm very open and honest. Just ask. Just come to me. If you feel that you're embarrassed and you don't want to ask your manager, come to me. I have a way to go to your manager and be like, hey, I was on that call and I completely forgot what you said. Can you reiterate so I can write it down? And they're like, yeah, Heather, that's fine. And then I'll go back to the employee and go, this is what they're looking for. Next time, ask questions. So
right.
I think,
And 100%. So ask questions. Bring it, be honest and use questions and use knowledge and grow with the company, work with everybody else. We have another HR, or not HR, but recruiting person coming on right after this.
Great.
Richard, he's coming on right now. He's going to talk to us a little bit about how to specifically reach out to people like you and I, Heather, and how to connect to them right now. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your expertise. I know more than most people how very, very busy you are. So
that's okay. No problem.
Thank you so very
you're welcome. Good luck. And if I can help with anything, let me know.
Absolutely.
Bye.
And hi, Heather. And as we bring Richard in, I just want to remind everybody, if you're looking for an opportunity, please do go to our site. Hi, Richard. We'll say hi to you.
Hi, Catherine. Hi, Trevor.
Hey, what's going on?
So definitely go to our site, www.careerlaunch2020.com. Go to opportunities. There are dozens upon dozens of opportunities, including with Heather's company. So go to Titan Management if you want to see the opportunities that are with working with Heather. She's wonderful. So and so is Chase Harmer, the president of their company. So I highly recommend that. But also connect to any of us on LinkedIn, man. Trevor will respond to you. He'll talk to you. He'll help you out. I will. I know Richard will as well. So Richard, I'm excited to talk to you, man. I mean, you do recruiting for PepsiCo, which is huge. So tell me, what have you been up to lately?
Well, we're still virtually going to college campuses and looking for people. My area of recruiting is marketing, and I'm a marketer at PepsiCo, and our marketers go to colleges and find people that we think would be good fits for our marketing department, and then we recruit them into our company.
So everybody kind of recruits at your company?
Yes, different departments recruit for their departments. HR helps, but we like to send the people who are going to be working with the new hires to the campuses so that we can find people that we think fit well with our company.
That's awesome, and that's a great model because you've got to make sure they. So, do you did they officially do them, or is it kind of like feeling about this person?
You're cutting out a little bit. Trevor, could you understand what Catherine was saying?
No. She cuts in and out, but it's all good. We keep going. We roll with this thing.
Okay. Can you repeat it, Catherine?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So when they're going out and recruiting, are they actually interviewing them, or is it just, hey, we found this talent, we like them, let's move on? And let's bring them on board.
What we do is we typically go to campus right as the school year starts, so in September, and we tell the students what we're looking for. And we explain to them what we want to see on their resumes, how we want them to answer interview questions, and then we'll come back a month or two later and we'll see which students really paid attention and which students prepared for writing their resume and answering interview questions the way we like to see them answer. And the way we approach it is if a student can market themselves, then we feel like maybe they could market our snacks and beverages. If a student can't market themselves and they don't understand what we're looking for and they can't put it on a resume and can't put it in an interview answer, then we figure they probably won't be as effective at marketing our products as other students who do a better job of marketing themselves.
Hey, Richard, I got a question for you. So I've seen like decorative resumes, you know what I'm talking about? They're like little marketing slicks. But I know that they don't necessarily make it through the ATS or get through the system. Like, do you guys respond well to those? They're like little marketing slicks. It's a resume, but it's just a different format.
Absolutely not. Those resumes don't get through our ATS system. Those resumes, we almost wonder if somebody's trying to disguise the fact that they don't fit for the job. We like very simple one-page resumes. On average, our resumes, a really good resume only needs 350, 400 words, but they have to be the right 400 words. So we're looking for people who know the marketing keywords. They put the keywords on their resume, and they explain to us that they can do the job that's in the job description.
And I will say in your field specifically, I do feel that that's important with the keywords. I have mixed feelings on that in general as a recruiter, but in marketing, you're correct, because you have to use keywords in marketing, right? That's imperative. You have to know how to use.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. If we have on our job description that we want somebody who has experience with social media posts, then a resume should absolutely say social media posts or Google Analytics or media purchasing. So if a candidate reads our job description and they read their resume and it doesn't match, they know they have to go back and rewrite their resume so that they demonstrate the skills they have that match what we're looking for. So.
Right. Absolutely. And we have a question. Do you do this for non-entry level employees as well? Is it the same process of interview and that type of thing?
Yes, with experienced hires, that's what we call people who are already out of college. We like to have them submit their resume. So they submit it to the company website, or they find us through LinkedIn Jobs or Indeed or Glassdoor or one of the job posting sites. We will run the resumes through the ATS systems. So for those of you who aren't familiar with it, the applicant tracking systems look for keywords on resumes. Mm-hmm. And if a resume doesn't have the right words on it, then it will automatically get screened out. If the resume has the right words on it, then it will pass through so a human can look at it. The right words for us are the words that are on the job description. So we tell people exactly what we want to see on the resumes by giving them a job description and say, these are the skills we're looking for. These are the requirements we want to see. If people match those skills on their resume, they're more likely to get through the system.
What are your thoughts on tools like JobScan that kind of help people to do that, right? Because, you know, I deal with the community all the time, and this is a big hot topic, which is the keywords and getting through the ATS system. And there are tools out there that do this, but what we teach our audience is to get the human element involved and to get a human being to be able to pull that thing. Because I see people go crazy with trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. They're trying to get this thing in. They're trying to make sure the keywords are just right, but it still goes in the black hole no matter what. And so I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know it's a controversial topic because some people feel like using tools like that is unfair. The way I look at it is I want to hire somebody who does their homework. And I want somebody who's going to come in and show that they're prepared and show that they're willing to put forth effort. If a candidate submits a resume that has nothing to do with the job we're hiring for, then it's a pretty good clue that they don't do their homework. So I want a candidate that's going to submit a resume that matches a job description. Tools like you described can assess how well it matches the job description. Now, there are people who go overboard that basically copy a job description and put it on their resume. That's not what we're looking for. We want the resume to be honest, but we also want the resume to reflect what skills do you have that match the job description for the job we're hiring for.
Do you feel like there are a lot of maybe qualified candidates who just don't have the skill of resume writing? Like that's not their skill set. They have everything else you might need, but that's not their main skill is resume writing. So they don't ever get through the first stage of the process, which is unfortunately the resume, right? Do you feel like some people are overlooked just because they can't master that part?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, very few of us are taught resume writing in school. Most high schools don't offer it. Most colleges don't offer it. Writing an effective resume is extremely easy, but you need somebody to tell you how to do it. So that's part of why I started publishing books, is I couldn't find a very simple, very clear book that explained how to write resumes. So one of the books I published is called Start to Finish Resume Guide, and it's designed to tell people, hey, here's the basic information that you need to include in your experience section. Here's how you should write a bullet point. Here's what you should and shouldn't include in your education section. So I wanted to break it down in the simplest way possible so people had a resource they could go and look at. In an hour, they can basically write their own resume that matches the jobs they want.
That is awesome. What's the name of the book?
It's called Start to Finish Resume Guide. And there's a little ticker at the bottom of the screen if people are watching it. It's if you go to AmazingJobSkills.com, it links to all of the books I've published on job search. All of them are available on Amazon. And most of them are available in Kindle, paperback, and audio format.
That is awesome. Very cool. So you basically given them a step-by-step guide on how to maximize that resume, because you know it is the first stage of the process, right? And well, it could be, right? It could be the first stage of the process. I try to teach my audience to go try to network first and try to get that human element before you even apply. A lot of times that can help. If I can get Richard on the line, right, before I apply, then me and him can have a conversation. And then even if the resume doesn't get through the ATS, he's a human being. He can actually pull it out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually have a different book that takes people through all the steps of the job search. For me, the first step is figuring out what jobs you want. Because if you can identify which jobs you're targeting, it makes it a lot easier to network and a lot easier to write your resume and a lot easier to prepare your interview answers. But that was another thing I couldn't find. I couldn't find a good job search book that took people through every step of the process. So in absence of a good book, I ended up just writing one and publishing it. So I love that book's also available. But I feel like it's hard to find resources that are really simple and really direct. And so when you can't find something, you end up building it yourself.
That's awesome. I really appreciate you doing that. There's so much to the job search, you know, and if you've been working and you're just getting thrown into this job search, you know, our audience, you know, it happens a lot to them where they've been working at a company for 20 years or whatever, and this is the first time they've had to look for a job. And it's like, you know, they're a fish out of water, and they're having to start from ground zero, building a LinkedIn profile. Like they don't even have a LinkedIn profile. They're starting a LinkedIn and learning how to do this and resumes and just like the whole process. It can be very, very overwhelming, very challenging. And so I love that you are trying to help people get that step-by-step guide. It's something I'm extremely passionate about too, because it's a huge problem that the community is having, is figuring out this job search, you know, game.
Yeah, and right now it's especially tough because a lot of companies have pulled back on hiring and a lot of people have lost their jobs. So right now, it used to be you might, when the job market's hot, you might have one resume you can send out to every company and hope somebody replies to you. That's much less likely to work now. So what I'm advising the people I'm coaching is customize your resume to highlight the experience you have and the qualifications you have that match the job description. So I have some people I'm coaching that have 7 or 8 different versions of their resume that are written to highlight specifically what they've done that matches each of those 7 or 8 jobs.
Yeah, so kind of like have a master resume, right? I've heard a lot of people talk about that, where they'll have like a 10-pager, like that has everything. It's like a master. And then they go, depending on what job that they're applying for, they'll go and take pieces and you know, put together their 1 or 2 page resume to submit, but they have like a 10-page master resume.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And it's really important that people document everything they've ever done that could relate to a job they want. You might have taken a class in college that's a perfect fit for a qualification on a job description. So you want to remember, like, what are your transcripts? What duties did you have in different jobs? What software programs do you know? And if the job description asks for it, then pull it onto your resume. If the job description doesn't ask for it, you don't have to have a 10-page resume. Most companies
how far back should you go? Because I've heard people talk about, you know, like you don't want to go past 10 years, things like that. And, you know, you just hear a lot of stuff when it comes to resumes. It seems like there's always 10 different opinions on how to do a resume. So what are your thoughts? How far back would that become relevant? Like you said, if it was a class you took in college, but you're 55 years old, is that something you would bring in to your resume or not?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the way I would look at it is a resume isn't a autobiography. You shouldn't include every experience you've ever had. It's a print advertisement. And your print advertisement should look at your target audience and say, hey, they want these benefits. I'm going to give them the benefits regardless of when I did them. If I designed a website 30 years ago and it's super relevant to their job description, then I have experience they want. If the job I've been doing for the last year isn't as relevant, then I'm going to minimize that section of my resume. So for me, it's much more about relevance than it is to focus on the time-bound nature.
Would you leave a gap job on there? Because a lot of times I know, if there's a gap in that resume.
Yeah, it's a great question. I had a friend that I've coached where he had a bunch of job gaps, or he had a bunch of unrelated experiences. What we did on his resume is we picked the 3 jobs that were the most relevant, and we put those front and center on his resume. And then at the bottom, we just listed other experience, and we listed one-liners on the jobs that were less relevant or during his gap years. Again, the employer wants to see the experience you have that's relevant. Most employers now aren't scared off by gap years. Right. A lot of people stay at home to raise their kids, or they take time off to travel, or they start a business that may not work out. So it's not like it was 20 years ago when employers thought that if you had a gap year, you were either unemployable or you were in prison. Now they figure if you have a gap year, you just went and you did something else, and you can document that, but don't use up your resume with gap years. Use up your resume. Most of the content should be the relevant experience based on the job description for the job you want.
Love that.
Good.
Agreed.
Yeah. So again,
and that was great. You've given us some awesome things to think about, Rich. Thank you so very much for coming on. We really appreciate you taking the time with us today.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Absolutely. I love what you're doing, and I'm really encouraged by you helping people get jobs.
Hey, Richard, let's connect on.
Thank you so very much. If you're looking for an office to go.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks.
Let's connect on LinkedIn. Absolutely.
Yes, my name's on the bottom of the ticker, and I think I'm the only Richard on LinkedIn. So let me know if you want to connect.
I think so. I think so. All right, so our next guest is Ron Wall. Can y'all hear me first of all?
Oh, yes. Hi, Kat.
Little choppy, and I can't tell sometimes if it's just me on my end.
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you, but you're frozen, like your picture's frozen.
You look concerned.
Okay, well, I don't care if my picture's frozen. Okay, but y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
Y'all can hear me. Okay. So Ron we're having technical difficulties, and guys, I'm sorry, Ron, I'm going to have to hop off in a second. I just got word that apparently the video's not working right on the site, so I need to hop off. But I'm very excited to introduce Ron. He's an awesome guy. Joel and I both, who was on the show earlier, we both worked with him. Great. Well, actually, I more worked with his wife, I guess, but he has started a phenomenal company, people out, and kind of focus with him on, because we have a lot of people wanting to start a business right now, right? And wanting to become entrepreneurial. You know, it's a great time to evolve. It's a great time to grow, and people are wanting to become entrepreneurial and kind of take that next step in their career evolution. So Ron, you know firsthand what it's like to be an entrepreneur. What is the first piece of advice that you would give to somebody?
Time management. Honestly, if you have something that you're really passionate about and you think you can actually do it for a living and make money doing that and better yourselves and better other people, first is making that decision and then making a plan. First, you need to sit down. You need to get a schedule for what you need to do. Things like setting up banking for it. First off, I mean, before you even set up banking, because that's hopeful. That's getting to the point where you're actually bringing in a cash flow with your business. So first things first, I'd probably make a plan for what you're actually doing. Make a list for everything that you're providing, either services or products. And then basically you're going to need to find out how you relate your service to the public. You need to get your answers out there, your product, your service, whatever you're providing to the public. You need to find out how you need to do that. and that would be marketing. There's many different campaign formats. You can do social media, you can do paper, you can do mailings, you can do TV advertisements. Some email. Definitely, yeah, email. Basically, however you're going to get your service out to the public, you're going to need to test the waters a bit just to see where your population is. And it has a lot to do with time management. You need to spend time doing each step and making sure that's successful before you move on to the next one.
Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur as well, and I kind of related to, did you ever play the game Zelda?
Long time ago.
A long time ago. Okay, so if you remember Zelda, you start off with nothing. You don't have a sword, you don't have a shield. You're just a person, and then as you go along, you start to develop more skills. You get a sword, and you get a shield, and magic. And by the time the end of the game, you're like ready to take on the master boss. You're like, you got magic and you got all these powers. One of the things I think is important in entrepreneurship is it's going to be the same way. When you start off, you're not going to have anything. Right. And it's going to take time. And I think that's where a lot of entrepreneurs fail, is they want this overnight success. And they don't realize that it takes patience and it takes time for things to build. And sometimes people don't have the runway, the financial runway, right, to get into that. It may be a struggle in the first couple of years. A lot of what do they say? Restaurants. Restaurants are in the red in the first couple of years, right? 2, 3, 4 years or something like that, right? It takes a few years to get into the green. So what do you think about that? What about being financially prepared to jump into entrepreneurship?
Well, it really depends on your business that you're planning to start. Mine was based off of my past history. I have a lot of years experience dealing with legal debt and solutions for that, as well as a lot of years experience dealing with federal student loans. So I didn't have, blessed be, I did not have a lot of overhead to start with, because I didn't need to take out a loan to make products to sell. But if you've got a product, vice versa, because mine is a service, if you have a product, you're going to have enough money to first make the prototype. And then once you've got the prototype, you got to get a loan and funding so you can actually go out, find your manufacturing for it. Or if you're manufacturing your product on your own, that's wonderful. But you have to have a solid base of income in order to start that product and get it out to the shelves or on the online market, however you're going to provide it. So really, it just depends on if you're providing a service or if you're providing a product, and then preparing yourself financially, of course. Like I said, thankfully, I didn't have that because I had years experience in learning what I need to do, much like a lawyer. You get that experience and you know what you do after that. But a lot of people, if you're passionate about something, that's the first thing I would say is, if you're passionate about it, figure out how you can use that to help yourself and help the public, and then find out if you need to get funding to provide and further that idea.
I love that. I think a lot of people learn from failure. So the question I have for you is, maybe what are some of your failures or things that you've failed forward, or what are some of the biggest things that you think people are doing wrong when it comes to entrepreneurship? Some of the biggest mistakes people are making. What do you think?
Well, once again, back on marketing of it, you need to find a campaign that's actually successful. One of my failures was spending too much time trying to market on my own. I did start out with social media. I started out with Facebook. I tried LinkedIn. You do find people doing that, but if you're doing all your marketing yourself and you're the leader of the business, basically you've got more important things to do. You need to find ways to make your business more efficient, and I would strongly recommend outsourcing. So if you are not so successful trying marketing on your own, just try to test the waters and see if you get a good population of people wanting your product or your service, then I would strongly suggest outsourcing to marketing campaigns. There's millions of companies that right now during the COVID crisis definitely need additional people in their marketing populace to provide service for. So yeah, if you're looking into getting into different marketing and not spending so much time on it on your own, I'd strongly recommend outsourcing to a reputable company for it.
What are your recommendations for somebody who is wanting to outsource but nervous about they're a solo entrepreneur,
right,
taking it on themselves and worried about the expense of outsourcing? What would you say to that person?
Well, with my own experience, I've tested several different campaigns, and those providers are willing, majority of the time, if they're reputable, to provide you a trial basis, not necessarily getting in full ongoing contracts to say you're buying a marketing campaign to get at least 5,000 people to call you back that are interested in your situation. That's going to be ideal. That's down the road. First off, you need to start with a trial base. You say, okay, send me 20 people. If I get 20 people that call me in this next couple of hours based off of the link that you've provided, then that's at least something to start with. You know that it actually is bringing in people to look at your product, that are curious about it or need that service moving forward. So I would strongly recommend doing trial bases with anyone that you're testing marketing with, to determine if they can actually bring the people that you need for your business.
Love it, love it, love it. Ron, thank you so much for all of that great information. We appreciate you. You've got your information down there at the bottom in the ticker. You can see the website. And I hope you're doing well and staying safe in these crazy times, man. We appreciate you coming on here with us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be had. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Have a good day.
All right. You too.
Next up, we've got Casey Haston, the one, the only. Oh, man. Look at that. Hey, Casey, what's going on?
It's like I haven't seen you in forever. Can you hear me okay?
I know. What's going on, Casey? How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I'm so excited that we're kind of getting released from our bondages of being at home and we're back in the office. I don't know about you guys, but back in the offices, restaurants are opening. Life is just getting good again.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I love it. I love it. We're not quite in our office yet. I'm in my office right now. So, but love the background you got there, the wearevip.com.
Thank you. I tried
I know there was some questions that we were supposed to ask you. I'm just going to go completely off of that, if that's okay with you.
You do whatever you want. That's what I was telling him the other day when I found out you were going to be interviewing me, and I was like, oh, Trevor knows what to ask.
Yeah. We're good. We're good. First of all, for those of you that don't know Casey Haston, she's with We Are VIP. Tell us a little bit about the program over there and what you do.
So my first job is I'm a recruiter. I'm an executive recruiter in the accounting and finance space. I'm the director of recruiting here at VIP. And that is what I do first and foremost. My second job is I'm so fortunate that I get to host our company podcast, We Are VIP. So that's what I do. And I help people find jobs. And in fact, I think that there are a couple of our job listings posted under opportunities on Career Launch 2020. So be sure and check those out too.
Love it, love it, love it. All right, so I got some of these questions up here. I'm pulling them up. I'm trying to do what they want me to do here. So, okay. I got a question here that says, what kind of support did you receive when deciding to make your pivot?
So let me talk about my pivot first of all and what that looked like. And, one of the things that Ron was just saying, is a favorite topic of mine, and that's passion. And I believe that if you find your passion, you'll never work a day in your life, right? I say that all the time. And so I got a mic drop. Nice already. So my first career was in accounting. And I don't know if y'all can already tell, but that probably wasn't the best choice for me because I like people too much. And so I did that for about 20 years, stuck it out, I was never excited to go to work. I could do the job, but it wasn't my passion, right? Mm-hmm. And so I met with a recruiter when I was looking for a job in accounting. She was an accounting and finance recruiter. And she helped me realize, she kind of coached me and helped me realize that I didn't like accounting. And she invited me to try this crazy thing called recruiting. And I was like, at first I was like, no. And then
she saw something in you, right? She saw it in you. And I think that's so important. We were talking about that earlier about Sometimes you need somebody, a coach, a mentor, somebody who can look inside you and see something that maybe you don't see.
Right. Right. And as a coach, we know that our clients have those answers within them. They know the answer. They just need somebody to help bring it out. That's what a coach is there for, right? And so when I switched to recruiting, that's when I really found my stride and I found my passion, because I love to help people. And the way that I do that is my tagline on my LinkedIn is changing people's lives one job at a time. And that's what I do. And so that's my passion. So the question was, what kind of support did I receive when I was making my pivot? And I will tell you, very little. You got to, and there's one person that was very supportive, and that had he not, and that's Steve, my boyfriend of a very long time. He was very instrumental in saying, go try this out. You want to try it out, just go do it. I'm your safety net. Right. And so that's what gave me the confidence to go forward and make such a huge career change, lose that salary because I'm commission only, that's a big risk right there. Right. And, and just really go forward. But I think more importantly, don't listen to the naysayers when you find your passion. They don't know what's good for you. They only know what's good for them. Right. So just because they say, don't do that, it's too big of a risk.
Yep.
Don't listen to them. You've got to make that decision on your own.
Yeah. You want to, get some counsel and get some advice. Like I remember when I took the leap of faith and got into financial services, I remember I really wanted to know my father's opinion, right? I look up to him. He's an amazing human being. And I wanted to know his opinion. And he didn't exactly think it was going to be, all that in a bag of chips. But I took the leap of faith anyways, and he trusted me to know that I was going to be successful in whatever I wanted to do, right? And so, but yeah, I agree with you. You don't always have to listen, but I mean, it's okay to go and get advice and ask questions and to seek out counsel. But that doesn't mean you have to listen to it all the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So,
well, all right, let me see if I can pull up another question in here. I'll try to keep to their format. Okay, let's see what we got here. What does does this work? Okay. No, wait. Okay. So I'm just reading questions off of this thing. You know what? I don't need to go over this. We're just going to roll with this thing.
Let's just go.
How did you get out of your comfort zone to make that leap of faith? I know you talked about your boyfriend helped you out with that. What are some other fears that came up that maybe have held you back, or that you have had to overcome?
I can tell you, so I'm actually in coaching school right now, and these are the exact things that we are analyzing within ourselves, and that's our limiting beliefs and, the gremlins that come out and say things. And I will tell you, it's really interesting how, and I'm doing a visual representation of my gremlin right now, and I was writing down all my fears, but, imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is a big one. Like, who do I think I am that I can go host a podcast or I can come talk to people on Career Launch 2020? And that's one thing you have to believe, that you are there for a reason, right? If you didn't have something of value to share, you would not be invited to share that information. And so getting over that I'm not good enough mentality is a big fear when you're making a pivot, and that you have to be able to address. And I will tell you, my gremlin is a Raggedy Ann doll, because I was a freckled-faced, redheaded girl growing up and the subject of much bullying.
Oh, that's
I can't believe that. That's okay. Do not feel bad, Casey. I was called Platypus for years, so don't feel bad. Everybody's been there. I
had to add the freckles on it, though, on my little Raggedy Ann, because they don't come with freckles.
They don't. They should, because she's a redhead.
I know.
But they don't. Not the new ones anyway. The old ones do. The really old ones do.
Yeah, I think I found one for like a couple $1,000s with freckles, and I was like, I will get a marker and draw those on.
Wow. I actually defended people that got bullied on. That's what I did. I was the defender in school.
That absolutely does not surprise me.
I believe that. 100%.
Yep.
yet.
Well,
No, not at all. So
I rode the short bus, believe it or not. I did. I rode the short bus. I was in a special ed class, and so I got to see some people that actually had some, some challenging things. And my disability was ADD and blah, blah, blah. No, I didn't have a disability. I just needed to channel my energy.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways.
Yes,
but
100%.
Short bus, and I saw people with real disabilities, and I saw those people get picked on, and I had to go defend. I just had to. So
good for you.
So I know Catherine, she's frozen again. This keeps happening, but it's all good. It's all good. Can you hear me, Kate?
Can y'all?
I can
Can y'all
hear
hear me again? Can y'all hear me?
Barely, a little bit. What are some other things that we talked about? Your gremlins, right? What is another lesson that you think would be important for somebody who is stepping out into the unknown, right?
And I think this is kind of be a repeat of what y'all were talking about earlier, but I think you have to be prepared to fail. You've got to fail forward, because if you're not failing, then you're not trying hard enough, right? You're just standing still. I mean, I can't think of a single successful person that went out there and was successful 100% of the time. Warren Buffett. No.
No, it doesn't happen. You read a lot of books and a lot of books about mindset and the Go-Giver. Didn't you interview the author of the Go-Giver recently?
I did. Bob Burg. In fact, his episode just released yesterday, and it is phenomenal. Phenomenal.
So what are some of the, best books? Because you're always recommending me with books. Best books, Stacey Hastings.
Think and Grow Rich. Go-Giver. And the reason I say Think and Grow Rich is because that one stood the test of time. I believe that book is 80 years old now and still is very relevant in today's climate. The Go-Giver, because I think that if we were all go-givers, we wouldn't have any problems. We wouldn't be seeing these riots and stuff like that right now, right? And it's just a wonderful philosophy to follow. And then I got 2 more books. The 5-Second Rule, Mel Robbins. Amazing. Everybody should read that. And then Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod.
So the 5-second rule, I've heard of that, and I've heard her talk about it, which is like, you get 5 seconds to kind of like make a decision, right? Like you think about it, and then, whether you're uncomfortable or not, you just, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you just do it, right?
Well, you actually have to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's crucial.
Oh, okay. All right. See, I did it backwards. Okay, cool. So you got to count backwards, and then you just take action, right? You just do it.
That's the important thing, is because, and it's all backed by science, because if you do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you put an action to it and don't give yourself time to think about it, then you will do it. You will trick your brain into doing it.
Yeah, totally. I like that. I mean, some of the times when I've had been the most uncomfortable, and if I just jump out there and do it, I've seen the most growth in my life. And so it's always exciting. I now have trained myself, whenever I start to feel that anxiety or that tingly feeling, that means time to go. Like it means time to take action. If I feel uncomfortable, it's a good thing. That means growth is happening. So I like that. That's I haven't read those books. You know me. I've been given so many books, and I've got so many on my list. I got a stack of this high.
I hear you. I went through and counted all the books I hadn't read the other day. You want to guess how many I had?
How many?
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. 42.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'll probably have like that too. People are always giving me books, and I haven't read them all. But what are some other things that would keep your mindset positive in a time like right now with COVID going on and the riots and just everything that's happening around us? It can seem real easy to get negative. What are some things that you would do or would recommend to keep a positive mindset?
So first of all, a positive mindset is critical, right? Whatever you focus on grows. I think that for me, I keep a gratitude journal, And so every morning I start off my day with gratitude, and that sets the tone for the positive mindset. I'm also a big believer in meditation. And I'll do a lot of meditations like that set your mind thinking positively, or, affirmations or something like that. But I think those are the things. We call it level 1 energy. It's like victim mentality, and people get into this, oh my God, the whole world's against me. And then the mind starts looking for proof that the whole world's against you, instead of looking for, the disproof that it's not, because maybe somebody just bought your coffee in line, for you.
Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, so much better.
Hi. So we're going to do it like this now. So Murphy's Law, Trevor, you cursed us. You cursed us with your Murphy's Law nonsense. You did it. Juju on you. So we're gonna do the show this way for now on. I'm gonna be on the phone from now on. Gonna just shift around. So Casey, sorry, I haven't been able to participate. I apologize.
Trevor and I could talk all day.
But I'm so excited though to see you though. I mean, you're one of my faves. You got such good energy. I've been talking you up so much. And I really, really appreciate you coming on today. And guys, if you have any questions, those of you watching, and first of all, we do know that the video on the site's been a little funky. That is actually a technical issue that is beyond our control. It seems to be something going on with Wix, who runs our site. So my apologies, but you can still click on that link on the YouTube and watch, obviously, as you're all doing. But sorry for that inconvenience. Again, Murphy's Law. I'm telling you, Trevor, you hoaxed this today.
I didn't do that.
But the rest of the site is working though. And yes, please see Casey's listings on the opportunities page. Check that out. But Casey, one thing I wanted to ask you about too, because you light up. You talk about your show and you get so excited, and I think that's a mission that we both kind of share, that we just wanted to help people. We wanted to give more information. And we're both recruiters, right? We've been doing this for a long time. We know the drill. How much more important is it now for people to be sharing information like we are, and to be reaching out, than it was before?
I think now, especially because this is our primary mode of communication, is through like Zooms or YouTubes or stuff like that. I think that it is so important that we come together globally and, share that information and help people get through this time, because I've been very fortunate that, and I know Trevor and probably you have too, that I haven't had to face, the threat of a layoff, but, it's hit close to home. My sister was caught in it. And she was laid off, and I was having to help her go through the motions of all the virtual interviews and all that kind of stuff. So I think if you have information like that, share it. And you don't have to have a fancy studio to do it. You don't even have to have a fancy mic.
No, obviously. No, seriously.
I love that topic, is that you don't have to have all the fancy equipment and everything. I mean, I think we're on StreamYard, which is a service it's a subscription-based service.
And there is a free version, by the way.
There's a free version, right? The point is to get out and get that message out. And even when things go wrong, like we were talking about Murphy's Law, hey, it's going to happen. Expect it. Don't expect perfection when you first start anything in life. It's not going to be perfect, and that's okay. It's actually kind of cool.
Be okay with messing up. Be okay with it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's all good. Just keep going. It means you're growing. Growth is happening. Because otherwise, if you're waiting for perfection, you'll never step out and you'll never do it, and you'll be stuck in the same place you were 10 years ago.
Forever. Yes, it's very, very true. I've seen it time and time and time again that's completely accurate. And by the way, real quick shout out, we are back up and running on our website thanks to my COO and our guest today, Joel Knapp. Woohoo! So quick shout out, mic drop. So shout out to him real quick. But I also wanted to ask you, Casey, because I'm dying to know, because I love to ask other recruiters this question. What do you do to differentiate yourself from other recruiters? Because I mean, we both know there are some what I call phone jockeys recruiters, right. You know, that aren't really recruiters. They don't really know what they're doing. Right. They just sit there and pick up the phone. So how do you differentiate from that, and even from other good recruiters? How do you differentiate?
Well, the first thing that I did, and this again is not something everybody has to do, but number one, I build relationships. You know, yeah. I don't go in hard charging. I don't work with a ton of candidates. And when I do work with, and I work on the client side as well, I'm going in, I'm not asking for business right off the bat. I'm building that relationship first. And I think that's so important. But outside of the soft skills, I have been working with my partners here at VIP and have, and alongside them, and I like to call myself, instead of an entrepreneur, an intrapreneur, because I work within a company, but I work very, very autonomous. And so I'm building a brand within a brand. And so what sets me apart from other recruiters in this area, because I guarantee you everybody knows who I am in the recruiting world here, I have a personal brand. I have a website that is my personal brand. And then everything I do points back to VIP. But that website where I blog and I put all the podcasts and all the guest appearances and all the news appearances and all that kind of stuff sets me apart from the other recruiters in the area and sets me up as the hiring expert.
100%. 100%. And I will tell you too, Casey, that, and really anybody else that's out there listening, that's universal. If you want to set yourself apart in what you do, I mean, Trevor knows, he does it. That's what I do. I mean, even with this show, but otherwise too, you have to set yourself apart, and you have to really put yourself out there, even inside of your company. So you can have a personal, even one-page website that's just who you are and what you do and your content that links back to your company and links back to what you do. And that, by the way, will help you land a job like that if you need to.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot of job seekers that have branded websites. And you know what? This whole interview thing is a great way to get noticed too. Like if I was a job seeker right now, I would pick up some StreamYard and I would be interviewing, or Zoom. You can do it with Zoom. I would just be interviewing people. Like it could be another job seeker. It could be a recruiter. It could be like, how cool would that be if I'm a job seeker and I'm trying to get the attention of a recruiter, right? I'm trying to get their attention.
Yeah.
And so an outside the box approach would be like, hey, I'd love to interview you on my show.
On my show. Yes, absolutely.
What an outside the box approach and a door opener. But a lot of these job seekers are not doing this stuff. And it's frustrating for me because I teach them all the time, and there's a select few out there that actually take action.
Absolutely. And I will tell you, by the way, guys, this is a great time as we're talking with Casey and we're doing this Q&A. Drop questions in the chat. Trevor, I can't see them anymore, but you can. So people, if you're watching, drop some questions for any of us, all of us. And also, if you'd like to come on and do a little pitch about who you are as a candidate and all of that, you have the next 10 minutes to do so. All you have to do is drop your email in the comments. Our Nina will see it, and she will bring you in, and we can hear what you've got going on, because all of us have opportunities. So so absolutely feel free to come on and say hi if you want to.
And I wanted to say too, for those of you that qualify, please look at the qualifications for those roles that we have posted on the opportunity page of Career Launch. I've blocked off the entire rest of my afternoon for you guys. So
awesome.
Yeah, so just shoot me an email, say that, and I don't know if my email's on here or not, but it's basically my first initial last name at wearevip.com. And
so C. Haston at wearevip.
Yes. And shoot me an email, and then make sure that you put in the subject line that you saw me on Career Launch 2020 so that you get preference, and I'll send you a link so you can book some time on my calendar.
And guys, yeah, and she's great. She'll take care of you. She won't ghost you, I promise. She's got some great opportunities, and actually they have additional opportunities too. So if you think that she's somebody who could help you, please connect to her. It's not just what we have posted on our site. She chose kind of her more urgent roles, but they do have others as well. And plus, Casey's a great resource. Let me tell you guys, she will help you. She will reach out. She will give you advice. And definitely watch her show, guys. It's good. I watched it. I really like it. Yeah, so definitely check it out for sure. And Trevor, let me ask, do what?
She is a go-giver.
She is. And you know, I had somebody ask me, they said, why are you going to have somebody else that has a show and that does recruiting on your show? And I said,
those people don't get it. They don't get it.
Yeah, I said, you don't get it. I was like, that's not what this is.
People that are in financial services onto my show because they have a different approach, or they, and I'm like, they're not competition.
No, not at all. And
is my message, and so why would I not bring another perspective, right? And yeah, that person just doesn't get it.
Liz Pike, who was on the show last time, she runs Green Rhino, and she has a merchant services recruiting company. Great girl. And I also recruit within merchant services, and I have a very different model from her. She's actually sent me leads for clients because I was a better fit for her. And I've referred people to her. We've sent each other candidates. And she told me once, she said, this space is big enough for all of us. Why be greedy? Let's help each other out. Let's work together. And with that attitude, that girl is the queen of merchant services. I mean, you go to any convention, she's on the board of several organizations. She's phenomenal. And guys, a big piece of advice: do that. Have that attitude. And if competition is healthy, and you should be competitive, and I am, Lord knows, highly competitive as a person, but also be giving and make that at the forefront, and network and work with your community and get to know. And let me tell you, networking is power. When people know your face and they know your name, that's everything. I know both of these two know that very well.
It cracked me up when I was in. Oh, sorry, Trevor.
Here online. Sorry, I keep cutting you off. We keep doing that, stepping all over each other. That's how you do when you're on like these Zoom type of deals.
I know.
So excuse me if I keep stepping on you. Heather Bowden says, who are the recruiters that apply online for candidates?
Oh, I think she means the people that will actually go out and. But it's called reverse recruiting. You know it. You know this, Casey, where they get the candidate and they go out and market them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And so it's reverse recruiting is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I don't personally know anyone that does it.
I do that.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. If I have a candidate that reaches out to me that I don't have a role for at that time, I will reach out to my client network and say, hey, do you have anything coming down the pipeline? I have this.
Oh, I do that. Okay. I think she means, but there are people that actually will go to companies that they don't know and market them. I think maybe what she's asking, because I do that too. If I just have a really great candidate, I will present them to people. I did that with Nina, who actually works with us. I did that with her. But no, there are people that actually will just basically help you find a job. That's basically what they do. They just go out and market you like crazy. It's like marketing for candidates. I don't personally know anyone.
Yeah.
But look up what you would want to do if you wanted someone like that is candidate marketing. Is usually what that's called. Or even better than that, connect to somebody like Casey, actually Gabby Termel, who I think, yes, she's on later today. They both do things that are kind of linked to that, and they can help you out. They can help you build your network. They can help you build your profile. They can help you with all of that. So you also have that option as well as a backup if you don't want to have to pay a ton of money for those services.
And they can get kind of expensive. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Those kind of services can really get racked up. On that note too. So you're talking about we're talking about kind of different approaches. So what are some of the alternate methods that you use to get candidates that are good ideas that people may not be thinking of, like, oh yeah, I should totally do, like, apply there or use this site to connect to recruiters or to HR?
So alternate methods for the candidates to get in touch with me, or for me to get in touch with the candidates?
For you, well, I guess either one, but just someplace that they need to be aware that they need to have their profile and their resume and all of that.
Any groups like on LinkedIn that are related to your space, I'm probably going to be in that group too. And if you're commenting and active, I'm probably going to go check you out. And then probably, you know, if you have a background that I think would work for one of my roles, then I'm going to reach out to you. But if you're not visible, if I can't see you, then I can't find you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing I tell people. Yeah, you have to be active to some extent or another, you know, and also when you're on sites like Indeed, make your resume viewable to recruiters. Yes, you'll get some of the people that'll contact you for something completely, you know, asinine and unrelated. But for the most part, you're, and it will happen. I've gotten contacted for all kinds of weird stuff. But you will also get really good recruiters that have those phenomenal opportunities. So make your resume visible. LinkedIn, like she said, get on groups. Facebook has tons of groups. If LinkedIn's not your jam, cool. Get on Facebook. There are tons and tons and tons of professional groups on Facebook, and I get in there and I've gotten candidates off of there. So you can absolutely use Facebook. And then again, and that's kind of perfect for people who are kind of introverted too, because you're not having to speak and all of that, like going to networking events. But if you're comfortable, go to networking events and get out there as well.
I have an interesting thing I wanted to do. This is kind of out of left field, okay? But I think this can help. So, you know, a lot of people are doing, you know, the video interviewing, right, through Zoom and stuff like that. We're talking about being visible on social media, so like doing videos and things like that, right? So, okay, I'm noticing right now the three of us, we're in video currently, but we've got like this, like you notice how Catherine's highest, like her head, right, is the highest, and then Casey, and then me, I'm like the lowest, right? Do you notice?
Yeah,
kind of
we do kind of have like a stagger going, don't we?
Yeah, like that, right? Okay, so, no, go back. I'll start yeah, there you go. Okay,
here, let me get this a little lower.
No. Okay, so is the right height, okay, for you to be in the video frame? What is the right height? Okay, I would love. Okay, Casey, your answer first. What's the right height?
You want to be where you do not have too much head space above you, but you do want just a little bit.
Okay, totally. So Casey's actually the winner.
She is. She actually has the best situation.
I've done this a time or two.
Yeah, I'm actually a little low. I could be more up here. I'm sitting in a chair and it just sits me right here. So
when I had the laptop, I felt like I was doing better. With the phone, I'm having a little more trouble because I have to be super still. And so it's like I kind of have a little awkwardness right now. But yeah, typically if you're doing, I know, typically if you're doing a phone interview or whatever, they are right. Look at Casey, how she's centered and everything. Try for that. Now, nobody expects perfection on an interview, so it's okay. Do too make sure that you have nothing weird going on in your background. We're going to have a segment a little bit about candidate do's and don'ts, and I will tell you one of the do's and don'ts right now. Don't have craziness happening in the background when you have a phone interview, please. It's very distracting, and we all understand COVID. We all understand that, you know, it's a hard time and all that. Don't stand outside during a storm. I had that one the other day. Standing outside in a storm, not kidding. And I don't know if he had a tin roof or what, but that sucker was loud. I had screaming, and I mean screaming toddler. And then the mother screaming at the toddler. And I was talking to the dad. And I was talking to the dad.
How do you get the kids just like, ah! And then what? Like,
well, here's what I didn't understand. I was talking to the father. So I'm like, what? Take that kid in the other room.
No kidding.
Dude, help out.
Let's all work together.
I will tell you. That out of here.
You're right. And I will tell you, I don't mind kids occasionally chiming in. I know that you do phone interviews from home a lot and stuff. I don't mind if I hear your kid in the background a little bit. Like, in fact, I had a kid the other day, 2 weeks ago, he picked up the phone from his dad. and goes, hello. and it was fine. And I had a little 60-second conversation with a 4-year-old, and that's fine. I don't mind. It's COVID, so I'll be a lot more flexible, but in normal life, people, please try not to do this. Same thing with animals and all of that. Try to have distraction-free situations.
We talked about this earlier about address the elephant in the room too. So if things aren't perfect where you are, and chances are they're probably not, your environment.
That's okay.
Address it. Address the elephant in the room, because
yes,
they're dealing with the same thing because they're in COVID as well, and they may be interviewing you from their home. So like,
yep.
Get that right off the bat and kind of address that elephant, and it also kind of builds commonality. It can, if they're dealing with the same thing. There's a question from Heather Odin in here. She says, where do recruiters go first to look for candidates? LinkedIn first, then what's the rest of the list? Like, what's next?
And we'll answer this real quick because we actually have Justin waiting to come on. Real fast. It depends on the role, to be real honest with you. But for IT, I use a thing called angel.co. Really great. LinkedIn, Indeed, a resume database, though, not putting the job out there. And then there's a few other, it's really dependent on the job. I get on specific groups. I get on specific, whatever is going to work best for that industry. It's kind of a hard question to answer. Networking events too. Oh my gosh.
Trevor's networking event quite a bit just because so that I can help. So I'll
tell you a new thing. Who you know. That's right. A new thing too that people are doing is they will hire while watching other people's shows. They'll see a guest, they'll see comments, and they will hire off of that. So get on these shows like Who You Know and comment. You will get hired that way.
Real quick, and I hired somebody off Trevor's show.
No, there you go. See?
Remember? Allie.
Oh, Allie.
All right, well, we got to... That's amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Allie on as a guest, and I brought Casey on as a guest, and they just hit it off right there, and she hired her.
Yep. That's amazing. All right, so that's wonderful news. Thank you so much, Casey, for joining us.
You're so
everybody,
welcome.
Please connect to Casey. She's wonderful. She will help you out. And thank you again, everybody, especially Casey for bearing with, and Ron Wall for bearing with us through our technical issues. We do appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day, Casey. And
thanks, guys.
Wish you the best.
Bye.
And we're going to welcome on Justin. He is really cool. He's got a real, hi, Justin, there he is. Bye. He actually, we're great. Thank you. Or I am. Trevor, are you great? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm getting the Zoom burn. I don't know how you're feeling. 3 hours and 5 minutes. I'm like,
hey, you think this is bad? Thanks to you, I have to do this for 7 hours tomorrow. So, yeah. So, Justin, we're excited to have you on. You've got a pretty cool thing going on. You've been actually helping entrepreneurs grow, and you've got some really interesting insights. So let's start off with, tell us a little bit about you and your career evolution.
Oh, now I heard you guys have asked this to everybody so far. I don't have that one that's by far that interesting. Like Trevor went from what did you do? You ended up at Harley and then you did cars or something. Very fascinating. I started out my career as a product manager and then started developing products, putting them into market for hardware, software, and got lucky and worked in Silicon Valley for a good long time. And then got tired of the Valley and left and found life in startups. And I joined a bunch of startups. I had a string of startups, and which led me to now running and starting. I founded a nonprofit for entrepreneurship and helping startups figure out how to get going, making that pivot out of the corporate world and trying to figure out how to move to doing it on your own.
And as we heard from Ron, it is crazy. I mean, it's, you got the site, and you got insurance, and you've got, just all these little elements, and you have to learn the energy and the rhythm of it. It's a completely different idea to do it for yourself than it is to do it separately. And Trevor, I'm sure it's even different to sell for yourself than it is for somebody else, right? It's kind of a different.
Question is, what type of person are you? Are you the type of person that will work harder for yourself, or are you the type of person that will work harder for someone else? And there are two different types of people. You have to be able to recognize what type are you, because some people are not meant to be entrepreneurs and business owners and all that. Some people are just
so true. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
And there isn't.
No, and it's really, when you look down at what an entrepreneur is, I think, and I've described myself this, is that you're part half crazy to think that you're going to go off and do this and it's going to be a fun, smooth ride. But the real hard part is pivoting that mindset of, I'm not actually just working for me, or working for someone. I'm actually trying to figure out how to build something, and I'm alone. Basically, it is a very lonely job, even though you may hire people eventually and get a larger organization around you. Maybe you get to hire 3, 4, 5, 6 people, and all of a sudden you feel like, there's people around you. But that mindset is really critical. And the difference between, are you willing to risk kind of everything?
There are places you can go, though. There are places you can go, and I want to speak on this real quick, but that are kind of a blend, okay, of entrepreneurship, which is like completely doing it all on your own and starting from scratch, and being with that corporate structure. Like, for instance, if you were going to be a real estate agent or in financial services, or insurance, you have that umbrella of a super successful company who's already paved the way for you. And it's almost like opening up a franchise, and you still got to get in there and grind and make it happen, but you have a lot of tools and support to go with it, And
those are two different things too. I mean, and both are phenomenal, and both are a certain skill set, but they are very, very different. It's one thing to open a franchise or do something like financial services or real estate, if assuming you're going to a big real estate office, right, and not opening up your own. That's different than completely starting it from scratch, products, all yours. It's a very different process, and you just have to determine which option is good for you. But let's talk about pivoting to remote right now, because Justin, you've done a lot of pivots in your life, and you helped entrepreneurs do their pivots, right? And you've worked with products, and I know product owners deal with 50 million pivots at a time. But let's talk about pivots to remote and what that's looking like for companies.
Oh, today is very, very fascinating. This is the first time, I think, in our history that we've seen where companies have to wholesale pivot their entire organization to remote. Right? This has not happened before. Remote work and distributed teams have been around for at least 2 decades. There's always been some percentage of a company that's been out there remote, whether they're global employees traveling or a sales force that's traveling. But now everybody's at home, which is interesting, right? Because now HR has to be at home, and finance has to be at home, and and I think these corporate leaders, managers, even employees now are trying to figure out how to, 1, maintain productivity, 2, ease anxiety somehow, and 3, figure out how to collaborate effectively. Right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That is extremely difficult if you've never done it before. I've been lucky where I've had, I don't know if it's luck, but I've definitely had 4 or 5 positions in my career where they were remote, and I was managing distributed teams. So you get used to this idea of how do you connect with someone, how do you communicate effectively, and then how do you get the job done, basically, at the end of the day. I know I heard Travis this morning was talking about how he's a people person and he needs that connection.
Yes.
That is super important, but you can do it distributed. There are things that you do that you don't change that you would think that you should change remotely. I heard someone say that we still give birthday parties. They're just remote, right? So everybody gets on and you sing happy birthday, and then there's a cake, and or celebrate an anniversary or celebrate someone's achievement and whatever that is. And I think it's important that when you look at going from a team, it's not just about the infrastructure that you're building, it's about the psychology around the team and what people are dealing 100%. With at home.
So as people are doing this, first, let's talk about how do you keep the culture as you're spreading out like this?
Culture's tough. I mean, there's definitely, I think it's easier in tech teams right now because I think they've had distributed teams. It's easy to send a developer home. They're usually the introvert anyway, so they're happy to be in a dark room at home rather than a dark room at the office. But culture's interesting. And I think what you have to do is you have to figure out the communication line. It's not always about a job or a task or a meeting that you have to have on a project. I think you should have intermittent meetings about life, about how things are going. Replace 100%. The water cooler with a meeting about, I'm homeschooling, or, I don't know, I don't understand the new math, or I don't understand why we're teaching the history, or, I don't remember that in history. But you've got to have those conversations that are real about your life, because people are always going to be the same, right? We want to talk. The water cooler conversations are varied. Yes, you can get really good conversations about the work that you're doing, but they're also about personal communication and connecting with that human being. I've had the conversations where I go, my daughter's doing this day, and, or, I'm excited she's done this, or my family's doing this, and, or, hey, Bob, where'd you go on vacation?
I completely agree. And I think the one-on-ones are important too. Like, do the group ones so everybody can talk, but then reach out. If you're a manager or an entrepreneur, or whatever the case is, reach out to your team on a one-on-one, and don't bug them about their job. I mean, do what you got to do with that too, but reach out and go, hey, how are you?
Right.
How are you doing? How's your life right now? What you got going on?
Here's some things our company's been doing. It's kind of neat that I thought was creative. Was they're doing like a little poker tournament where everybody gets on, and it's like a webinar, but everybody gets on there, and then
that's cute.
Whoever's like the winner of the tournament, they're sending them like a bottle of wine or whatever. Like,
nice.
That's cool. I like that.
And you get to play a game and stuff. But one of the things I think important is, like, we had relationships prior. We had face-to-face relationship with these folks prior, right? And so it's kind of fun to hop on an online poker tournament. But what if the culture never was face-to-face, and now we're starting it like that? And so now I'm meeting you for the first time, Justin, and we're doing these poker tournaments, but I don't know, like, I don't think it would be the same impact as, having some face-to-face. I think there's got to be a blend. There's got to be a blend.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, and realize this is temporary, right? We're not going to be remote forever. I mean, you can be. I mean, Buffer is a completely distributed company. From day one, they decided they're never going to have an office. Right.
We are too. My company is, completely.
And so is my nonprofit. We decided that we're just going to be, and we do meet though, but we do meet at, before COVID, we were meeting at Starbucks, or we'd go to an happy hour, just have fun. But you could still do happy hours, and you can still do those things that are more personal and not business, and still create those relationships. I think, yes, in person is always better, but I don't think this is going to be forever. I think we just need to adjust, and how these, the tools aren't the problem, right? Learning tools isn't necessarily the problem. It's how do I communicate with you now here? I'm in my kitchen. I'm not, I've got family around me. And this is the first time you're having to struggle with these environments colliding, right? Work environment versus your family environment. And
I've had cats and dogs joining meetings. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a thing.
I do like when dogs join meetings though. So that's,
it may happen.
My fear, right? So we're talking a lot about fear today, right? My fear is that a lot of these companies are going to use this as an excuse to go 100% remote, which that's their prerogative if they decide to do it that way. But that society as a whole, if we have, a remote society in this way, that we're going to end up turning into the Matrix, right? Where we're not. I mean, really, like, and the future, like, we're talking about what we are today, how we're communicating right now, but the future could be these VR things where we're putting on a VR and we're like, getting together and meeting, and like now it's the Matrix, and we're not real. It's not real life anymore. It is. I don't know. My fear coming out. I
will say, first of all, anybody that's worked with me, and I wish I could like grab some of them and bring them on real quick, will tell you, you can still be very, very personal. Now, not every situation should stay remote. There are plenty of positions that, and I'm not just talking about restaurants and retail and stuff like that, where obviously you physically have to be there, but there are plenty of other positions that should be on site. For instance, I referenced my mother earlier in the show. She's HR for a big hospital system. It makes sense to have HR on site when you have thousands upon thousands of employees, right? It just makes sense. However, there are plenty of positions out there that can be remote, and it's actually decreasing stress in a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people talking about, oh my gosh, not battling traffic is so much better for me. The environment is getting better. Have you all seen the videos of, I mean, Los Angeles, DFW, New York City? They're beautiful again. London posted a video. No smog. It's gorgeous. Right. And it's actually helping the world for us to go remote. So what I'm hoping is you referenced balance, Justin, and I think that is key. That is absolutely imperative. What I would like to see personally is flex programs. You know, come in 2 days a week, or whatever, and then be home the rest of the time, or come in for a few hours a day at your leisure, but we'd want to see your face every day for at least 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is. That's kind of what
companies aren't going to be able to save as much money on rent and real estate. And see, that's where I'm saying a lot of the companies are going to pivot and say, okay, this is our opportunity to ditch the real estate. Like, we can get rid of renting this space totally. This is our opportunity to do it. Let's do it now. Let's jump. And there's going to be a huge shift completely remote.
What do you think, Justin? What is your take on that?
I don't know that it's going to be a massive exodus out of real estate. I think companies will still maintain offices. They may downsize. We may maybe the end of the large campus type facilities,
right?
Which is fine.
Right.
I think for the most part, those campuses were made that way to keep people at work. And that's not balance, and that's not that flex schedule that you were talking about, Catherine. But I don't know how much of an exodus there really will be out of real estate. I think that we're going to have to do some sort of combination. Again, we're still working through this now. As a remote worker, I think it's fantastic, right? Give me a laptop, give me the equipment that I need to connect with my team, and I'll figure out the rest.
Right.
And I don't think that every company will be able to just say, okay, everything's remote work completely. I think it works well for tech companies because you could do that in a tech company. Do I think it works well for a manufacturer? Probably not, because you need people there.
Well, obviously, yes. it's going to be a variety. So what do you think as people do come back into the workforce? Kind of the last big question I have for you is, as people do come back into face-to-face, how does management handle that? Because now it's been 2 months of I've been working at home and I've got this new rhythm. How do they handle that?
Management right now has to think about two things, right? So cash into the company, because we're still in COVID. And then once we start coming out of COVID, we still have to pivot somehow to get more revenue going, and getting people working together again is going to be interesting. I think there'll be people left into the remote positions. I think there'll be people that will be required to come back. Those people that come back, you have to, in some way, as a manager, you have to make them feel inclusive. And what I mean by that is that when you have people coming back, they may get that feeling like, I'm the one that has to go back to work. I'm the one that has to do the hour commute now, where those guys get to stay at home with their family. So you're going to have to figure out that psychology behind that too. And as a manager, it is imperative that you open those lines of communication, tell them how valuable they are for coming in, and keep that remote. Maybe have a boardroom dedicated or an office dedicated to personal conversations, the water cooler conversations where there's remote and on-site employees. And
I think leadership, which is basically what you're discussing, true leadership is imperative. Lead from the front, be present, be visible, and have a plan. Don't wing it. Please don't wing it, people. That'll just create chaos. It'll create stress for your employees. Have direction. And I would really like it, by the way, Justin, if you would stay on. So we have in the next few minutes before Gabby Trammell joins us, we're going to do funny stories that have actually happened with candidates from HR people and recruiters, and that should not have happened. And then we're going to talk about how they actually should have gone in real life and what the true solution would be. Would you like to participate in this?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Trevor, are you ready?
Oh, I'm down. Let's go.
All right. So the first one I found particularly amusing. This happened to an HR professional that I know, that she went out to welcome her candidate in. She's very excited about him, had a great resume, good email communication. And she walked out, and there's a woman significantly older than him sitting with him who got up and started to come with him. And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just interviewing one candidate at a time." And the woman said, "No, I am his mother, and I will be attending this interview with him." This is a grown man. I want to emphasize this. This is not like a teenager or anything like this. This is a professional interview. And this woman proceeded to come into the room and to interject throughout the entire interview until this particular HR person ended the interview and sent them on their merry way.
Right. Wow.
So true story that actually real life, mommy came to the interview. So first of all,
Mom.
Yeah, mom. So first of all, as the interviewer, how would you handle that? He doesn't even know what to say. He's like, whoa.
That would set me back so far as to say, okay, wait a minute. Can this employee not do what I would expect them to do without mom?
Right.
I mean,
And that's the key takeaway from situations like that. And sorry, I'm having some issues. I'm trying to adjust. So that's really the key issue is it's like, well, dude, like, can you even do your job? You have to think when you're presenting yourself in an interview, you're showing them what you can do, right? So if you show up with anyone else, I had it happen to me where it was a spouse that refused to leave, which turned into a whole weird situation. But you have to think, the representation of what you're bringing. Trevor, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. What's interesting on this topic, though, is that there are some companies that will invite the spouse to come join in the interview because
now that does happen. Yes, that does happen.
I think those companies are awesome. That's pretty cool.
It depends on the situation. It really does. There are some times that's not appropriate, and it can actually be really bad, especially if there's a lot of confidential information, stuff like that.
Something they have to, but like, hey, if your spouse would like to come in and learn more about, right, they have the opportunity to. It's not necessarily that they have to.
I would actually discourage that. I know why you like it, and you should always include your spouse in decision making. The reason that I don't like it is discrimination. Number one, you should never be asking, of course, EEOC should never be asking marital status, child, anything like that. So you got to be real careful with that kind of thing. But it is interesting to give the spouse an opportunity. I like the companies that do it after the interview process, after the hire, and they let them participate in orientation. I think that's really interesting. That way they can learn as well. So the next story, you like that? So the next story, this one cracked me up. This was one of mine. I had a candidate come in, and she said to me, we were going through the interview. She's doing okay, not great. She's not wowing me, but she's doing a good job. And she looks at me and I said, "So what's important to you?" That's one of my favorite questions. What's important to you? "Well, I just really don't want to work very hard." What? I mean, literally said that. That's not an exaggeration. Those were her exact words. She said, "I really don't want to work very hard." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Do you mean like physical labor? That type of thing? Is that what's concerning you?" She goes, "Oh, no. I just want something where I can kind of coast. I don't really want to have to apply myself very much."
McDonald's
solid way to get a job.
Yeah, it was super helpful. I was like, wow, you just really won me over, let me tell you. So I told her, I said, what I recommend you do is apply for a job, maybe like a security guard that's just going to sit at a desk and welcome people.
I mean, there maybe are where you can work very, very little. I mean, I don't know, a greeter somewhere, like you said, just saying welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Enjoy your visit. I don't know.
Do you want fries with that?
Right? Yeah. I mean, well, no, those people work hard too. Hey,
no, yeah, they work hard though.
They do. Yeah, and she didn't want to work. This girl did not. And I thought that was hysterical. I said, well, there are jobs where you just read to elderly people. You know, you could go do that. You know, I don't know what to tell you, but, you know, so I would say, you know, people like that definitely, you know what you're looking for and apply to relevant positions. For sure.
For being aware.
Yeah, but at least she knew, and she was super honest, and kudos to her for her honesty.
Great. So she's aware and honest, but nobody wants to hire her.
But nobody wants to hire her. It's not good. So then another one that really cracked me up, and this, again, true story. This really happened in real life. Is that the candidate, you know, got through the initial interview with the recruiter, did great, went into the in-person interview with the manager and said, I need to know the PT, and this is verbatim apparently what happened according to the hiring manager. He said, I need to know the PTO policy because I need 3 weeks off a year to visit the Dominican and visit with prostitutes. So I am sharing this story to say that anytime that you care about PTO for a personal reason, no matter what that personal reason is, even if you just like to travel around the world or whatever, you don't need to specify that to people. Just ask the PTO policy. Keep it to yourself.
I mean, keep the personal from personal time off, right? So
that's a little bit more than personal. That's bad. That's just.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious. And having the hiring manager bring this up to me, I go, oh, okay. You know, it was really funny. The other one was that I thought was hysterical was this woman came in to an interview and she said, I need you to turn around in your chair. And the guy interviewing says, I'm sorry, why? What's going on? And she said, I've got a malfunction in my pantyhose. I need to fix it. I need you to turn around. And of course he did, and then proceeded and of course did not hire her. But if you have a wardrobe malfunction in an interview, and it has happened to me, I had my pants split. I've had my pants split in an interview. Yeah, legit happened.
Well, mine was sort of an interview. I was selling a car, so I guess they were interviewing me for the car salesman. I was selling a car and straight down the.
So how did you handle it, Trevor? What was your take on the situation?
I was doing the demo. I was doing the walk around the car, and I was showing them the leg room. And so I was getting in the back because I'm a tall guy, and so I'm getting in the back of the car, and all of a sudden I hear, and I'm like, but luckily I was wearing a full suit, so my suit jacket would cover up my buttocks, and so I just kind of like didn't want them to see, and I would like move around. And I'm like, I just rolled with it.
You know what I did? I just made sure that the person interviewing me never saw the back of me. That's what I did. I just went, okay. And I've had a skirt that the elastic shot right as I was about to go into an interview. I just kind of subtly held it up when I walked in and out of the room, almost just acted like I was holding my purse there or something,
Perfect.
you know,
Perfect.
and just cruised on up.
You know, it reminds me. I mean, this is the pantyhose one. That's why Sarah Blakely did what she did with Spanx, right? It's because she had all those problems with pantyhose, underpants, apparently.
Underpants, yes, it is a thing. I've never understood that one. I don't wear pantyhose. I don't like them, but
nor does Sarah.
I
Blakely.
hate them. Yes, nor does she. That's correct. And you know, it's so funny to me, but that was one of the ones that cracked me up the most because I thought, what a hilarious response. Like she just was going to be herself. Like, look, I've got to fix this. You just need to deal with it. But I'm a modest person, so you need to spin around. And you know, what are you going to do? I had a girl and her weave came out during an interview. It just ploop fell out, and we just kind of laughed at it. She goes, "This is why I need a job." We just kept on marching. So actually, kudos to her. She handled it like a boss. She did. She goes, "My hair is falling apart. We gotta do something about this. Let's do it." It was really funny. So that's kind of our stories about that. Y'all got any funny stories about people looking for jobs or something weird that happened in the workplace?
Not that I could say on here.
I've got a few of those too.
I got some stories, but not for this.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Well, Trevor, you can see the dashboard. I can't because I'm on my phone now. Is Gabby ready? Is Gabby with us?
Hold on. Let me see. Let me go over here. Yeah, it looks like, yeah. All
right, good. Ready. We got Miss Gabby. So I am going to say thank you so very much, Justin, for coming on.
Thank you.
It was a true pleasure. I really enjoyed it. And we look forward to possibly having you on again if you'd be gracious enough to grace us with your presence for a second time.
Well,
and maybe you can.
Fun.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Take it
Bye.
easy.
See you, Trevor.
And we are going to welcome Miss Gabby. There she is. Hi, Gabby.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Oh my
We're
goodness.
great. And I got to tell you, Gabby, I bragged on you several times. The last few days I have. And one of my favorite things about you, and this is, by the way, guys, this is part of being who you are. We've been talking about that this whole show, your personal brand, your identity. And I love it. You hear how quiet Gabby is. She's opposite of me, right? I'm super loud, obviously. So I'm super loud. And she talks so quiet. And she seems so. But let me tell you guys, this lady is not only confident, this girl is hilarious. You get her going. She can really be very fun and very funny. And I like the way that she brands herself. I really do. So first of all, welcome, Gabby. Thank you so very much. And you're our final guest today. And I'm glad that it's you. So what are we talking about today? My computer went down on me. I don't know if you noticed. We've had technical issues today. So so what's going on with you?
What's going on? Oh man, so many different things, so many things in the works, having a lot of fun, getting together and working with new job seekers. Very recently put out a post on LinkedIn, something I had never really done before, put out a post into the world, and I basically offered free career coaching sessions for anybody who needed it, anybody who'd been recently laid off as a result of what has been going on in the world, anybody who just needed a friendly ear to talk to, just somebody to really get their thoughts out, express what's going on with them, their particular job goals, their career goals, where they want to see themselves in the future and where they want to build their legacy. And I thought, what, let me just, LinkedIn had put out a brand new tab where you could offer services. And so that was something that I really wanted to do for the longest time. So put that out into the world. And so that's been keeping me busy for the month of June. But it's been wonderful. Yeah.
So what are you seeing with that? What, like, are you starting to see some hope and that type of thing through all of this? Because I know we're finally having reopens, right? So are you finally starting to see some hope?
I am seeing, hope, definitely. There's a lot of anticipation for good things to come. People who are putting out their applications into the world, looking forward to getting those calls back. And you can hear in their voice, it's a little bit of the anticipation of, ooh, I'm looking forward to the interview, but then also just a little bit of hesitation, just a little bit of concern, wondering what is going to come of all of this in this brave new world that we're living in and that we're going to continue to live through, and that we're also going to have to start building as well. And so what does that future look like, and what do we get to do to participate in that new world? And so I get a little bit of that also on those calls. So a little bit of the balance of the two. But definitely I love, and I can see the enthusiasm in people's faces when they talk about all the different jobs that they've been looking at and eyeballing, and how they've been saving the job postings in their favorite section. And, I've been talking to my family and my friends, and I found this job that I absolutely love, and I'm going to apply, and I hope I get a call back. And I do get a lot of that energy there, which is so wonderfully appreciated. And so I'm looking forward so much. I know all of us are, but I'm looking forward so much to where we do start seeing a little bit more of that consistency returning back into the marketplace, where we do see a little bit more of that cyclical nature of the job candidate really putting their time in and then seeing that return come back to them. And so, and I know that hiring managers as well, recruiters as well, all of us are looking forward to things going back to that playing field that we're all familiar with, that we all know, and that we can also, again, continue to build on, continue to grow on as we all move forward in our legacies. And so that's something that I'm getting a lot of for those career coaching calls. And so it's been a lot of fun. It's been so much fun.
So what, as people are having to market themselves, because the job market's very different right now. I mean, you and I both know this. And Trevor knows because of who you know and everything he does there. This market, and it keeps changing. It just every time we think we get a hold on what's going on, it goes bloop back the other direction. So I'm like, gosh, you know what this market is like? It's like our technology today on Career Launch. It's just doing whatever it feels like, and we don't know what's going on. So what is your let's start with what is your advice to candidates on marketing themselves with the pivots that are happening? The constant pivots that are happening. What is your advice to people marketing themselves?
I love this. I love this question. What is my advice for people who need to make those ebbs and flows work for them in terms of what's been happening, so it makes that continuity stay present in their resume, stay present on their LinkedIn profile, stay present really just in their general life, and to give that confidence? What in the world do we do? So we have organizations very much that were in a growth phase. It seemed that money was flowing. It seemed that everything was going just on an upward trajectory, and we didn't really have any anticipation of things really falling. We had some talks about a recession. We had some of those conversations taking place, but it wasn't something that we took, in my opinion, that we were taking very seriously. It was more of a in the horizon. We kind of see it there, but we're not going to give too much credence to it. We're not going to really think too hard on it. Let's keep focusing on the growth. And now something like this happens, and we have a big wrench that's been placed for many of us who've been laid off with those 10, 15, 20 years of experience, beautiful experience under their belt, a beautiful resume. There's no gaps in experience. It's a beautiful flow. And then all of a sudden it's like, bam, here's a chunk of time that's been missing, and we get frustrated with ourselves, especially if we're maybe perfectionism isn't quite the right word to use, but if we feel that we need to have all of our ducks in a row exactly as so, and we can't quite have any shift in that alignment, that can be very frustrating, and understandably so. And so the way that I have been, when we've been talking together, job candidates and myself, and I hear a little bit of that in the conversation, that concern and that hesitation, what do I do? And how do I make that gap work for me? I always go back to the idea of what can you do for the hiring manager in that moment? What can you do for the organization in that moment? Because it wasn't just you. It may feel, and understandably, again, it may feel like it's just us going through everything that's happening in the world. It's just our families being affected. It's just our little community, what we're seeing. But the organizations you're applying to, they're all made up of individuals. Those individuals have experienced the exact same setbacks and hardships and difficulties, their own loved ones. If they themselves in their immediate family haven't experienced a layoff, their own loved ones outside of that immediate family more than likely have. Their friends, their colleagues. And so it's a very human playing field in many ways. It's very much a human-to-human interaction. It's you as a job candidate acknowledging the humanity of yourself, the humanity of the situation, and then turning back and saying, I acknowledge you. I see you as the hiring manager. I see you as the recruiter. I know that you're an employee just like me. You care about your job security just like me. You're also thinking about that linear narrative and who you want to be and how you want to maintain that image of yourself and that vision for yourself and for your family, but it's all about what can I do for you? And so that is the narrative I hope that people hold on to and maintain going forward, because no matter what happens, even if your resume does have those gaps, even if you've been laid off, you've been at home, you've been watching what's been going on in the world and thinking to yourself, man, I would love to be doing something right now, but maybe right now there just isn't quite that opportunity to do the things that I would like to do or that I feel would benefit me, benefit my loved ones, and benefit my family. But then we go back and we lean into the humanity side of, listen, we're all in it together. I see you as a hiring manager. I see what you're going through. I see what your company is going through. And right now, you probably very much need that person who's that painkiller, that person who's going to step in right now and make something happen right now. And don't worry if it's not perfectly aligned with my expectations as an employee, but if there's something that you need, I'm here for you. Whatever you need, just let me know, and give them that confidence back, that trust, that hope,
Empathy is definitely empathy. Like you're saying, empathy is key. Also, giving back is crucial on every side, whether you're a HR or recruiter, manager, whether you're a job seeker, honestly, give back, and reach out and let people know, hey, I know you've got a lot going on. I see. And don't say, I know you've got a lot going on, but, and then ask for Don't do that. Don't do that. Just no buts. And yes. And you can, even if you, by the way, guys, even if you need something from them, there's a way to word that so that you don't seem needy and rude. So like you can call, let's say I'm reaching out to Trevor. And I go, hey, Trevor, I just wanted to check on you, man. I know it's been crazy, and now we're coming back into the office and there's the shifting and all that. I just want to let you know I am here to help you and all that. And on that topic, here's this project. I just wanted to ask you this question about it. There you go. Now we're collaborating and we're working together. And it's about how you communicate, as opposed to me going, Trevor, you didn't send me this information that I needed, and you're taking forever, and don't do that.
Emotional intelligence, it's just sales 101, emotional intelligence.
Yes.
To have empathy and communicate, like, that's what this is all about. I mean,
yes. And I will tell you too, the number one tip I give every employee I've ever, and even job seekers that I have ever worked with, is reread your emails before you send them. Every single email that I send, I reread it before I send it. Because sometimes you go, oh, that came across naughtier than I meant for it to, or, oh, wait, that doesn't quite, communicate the message that I need, that type of thing. And when you go back through it, read it from the outside perspective. So if you're upset, remove yourself. See it from their perspective. If you have a need, read it and go, does this accurately communicate my need, or is this confusing, or is this off-putting? That type of thing. Absolutely. So Gabby, what, on that note, so as people are, we've talked about, coming back into the, we're talking about branding yourself and kind of getting out there. So how are you telling people to go about looking for that new career right now? What's your advice to people?
Ooh, for looking for that new career, if it is looking in the same plane that you were operating in, and I'm referring to industry-wise, if you were a project manager before and you want to pursue project management again, and maybe you've been laid off, and that the projects you were working on and the things you were working on has come to a bit of a stop, and you're thinking to yourself, well, what in the world am I going to do? I want to get back into the swing of things. I want to go back to building projects. That is the energy that I want you to take with you into that next role, and let the hiring manager know and let the companies know that that was who you are in your previous role, and that's what you want to bring back into the narrative in the new role. And so the reason why I bring that up is many of us in many ways want to see that continuity that looks like this. And so right now what we're seeing in many ways is we were here, and now we're starting to see a little bit of a dip. And so maybe as we go into our new roles, it won't be quite as fast paced as maybe we were used to in our previous roles. It may not quite have that same what's the word I'm looking for? That oomph, that strong
the pep.
factor. When we went into our jobs and we knew exactly where we needed to be and who we needed to speak to and what that routine was. We want that when we have lived it for so long. We want that consistency to keep going, and our organizations want the exact same thing. They would love for things to go back to the way that we knew them as. We'd love for things to go back to being in that consistent playing field. And so when we go into those new jobs, it's all about the way that I see it, the way that I've been communicating back and forth with others. It's all about bringing that energy with you into that new role and just giving that assurance and letting them know that, hey, all of the passion that I had in this previous role as a project manager, program manager, product manager, all that energy that I brought into that business life cycle and keeping that life cycle going, I am still here with that energy, and I want to bring it to your organization, whatever it may look like, especially at the beginning, moving forward. That's something that I want to give and continue to give back to you. But if now, let's say you are a project manager and you're thinking about making that career pivot and you're seeing this playing field and going, well, here's my opportunity. Here's my opportunity to really pursue something new. Then that goes back to the passion that you bring as an employee and what you have given in your previous jobs and what you'll continue to give in your new jobs, and keeping that narrative with you as you move forward. And so that's something that every job, whether it is keeping that narrative the same, where it's just a transition between organizations, but it's the same linear career path, or if it's a brand new career path that we're looking to explore, it's always, this is what I've given to my previous organizations, and this is what I would like to give to you. And
right. That's so key, is you have to tie it back into what you can do for that organization. Right. That's all ultimately, that's all they care about anyway, is what you're going to do for them. They don't care what you did for the last guy. They care what you're going to do for them.
That's true.
So kind of the last thing I want to ask you about, Gabby, is, everybody keeps asking me, is this coming to an end? Are we, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel? And I tell people, I don't know if COVID's coming, going, whatever it's doing. I said, but I do believe we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel because we're starting to figure out what to do with it.
Yes.
It's not just, so do you, what's your take on that and where we're going from here?
Absolutely. I love the way you put it. It was so perfect, Catherine. Oh my goodness. When we are living in something new. And so it could be, we could even take this as an example. We could apply it to all sorts of life circumstances, the birth of your first child. It could be a marriage. It could be anything that shakes up your foundation and your identity of who you are. And it's always interesting in that first year where we're not quite sure where our footing is. We're not quite sure how to communicate. Do we keep with ourselves? Do we take on that new identity? How do we navigate that identity? And it's always a very interesting, it's a very unique time. And in many ways, for many of us in those situations, it's a time to celebrate. It's a time that all of us get together. Right. We get excited about that new adventure in our life. And so what happened with all that's going on in the world with this pandemic and of course other events in the world, we're thinking to ourselves, oh my goodness, here's a new foundation. It wasn't one that I wasn't quite ready to get that footing or begin treading that new water, begin that new footing. But here I am today, and what in the world am I going to do? And so as we have gotten better and better as a society, as a nation, as a world, in living in this new quote unquote normal, and maybe I wonder if I should even be calling it the new normal, but living in this new, I guess this brave new world, as I
right?
keep, oh my gosh, Catherine, it really is a brave new world, isn't it? I will say that as we have been finding our footing, more and more it's becoming more solid as we continue going. And so now we're starting to look again at ourselves with that confident lens and saying, okay, I've been doing this for several months. My family has been navigating X, Y, and Z, and I'm starting to now know how I need to react in certain instances and also how I want to react going forward. And so there was a big grieving period at the very beginning of all of this. And I'm sure for many of us, many job seekers, and even to this day, there's still quite a bit of that where it's grieving an old life, one that we understood, one that we knew the direction it was going, and now it's something that we're not quite sure what to do with. But as we have been navigating this more and more, and we're starting to get that even footing, now organizations, hiring managers, recruiters, all of us are getting together and saying, okay, we've been doing this for quite some time. We now know what it looks like. So now what do we need to do to continue on this narrative and continue down this path back toward growth and back toward that prosperity where things were flowing and things were great and things were growing. And so it just comes down to that footing, finding it again, and then looking forward. And so I agree with you where the light at the end of the tunnel is so, I see it, and I feel it too, and job seekers are feeling it too. And it is such a wonderful thing. And it all does come with us being in that moment. So yeah, Catherine, to answer your question, absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
So hope. Well, thank you so much, Gabby, for joining us. We really appreciate you as always.
I was going to tell you, you are the light, okay? You can see the light shining through you.
Trevor.
I know. Doesn't she just have the best energy? I love it. I do.
My favorite. Oh my goodness. Thank you both so much. What an opportunity this is. It really is. And I know all job seekers here are very appreciative of you both and very excited for the session and all future sessions to go with the Career Launch team.
We're very, very excited about all this, and so thank you. I'll say bye, and and we'll talk to you again soon, I'm very sure.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say again, to last minute to anybody, the opportunities are on our site, careerlaunch2020.com. Go to opportunities. There are so many opportunities on there. Please go check them out. So if you are looking, that's the place to go. So we're towards the end of our show, and we're basically there. And the first thing I want to do is I want to bring Nina on, who is my partner in this show and who has been secretly keeping us all afloat. Hi! Secretly keeping us all afloat. And just so you guys know, so we're this team right here. This team right here is spread across the whole country. So Nina is in California. Trevor is in the DFW area. And I am in Florida. So we are all the way across the country from each other doing this, all from home. We are all obviously doing it from home. And thank you everybody, by the way, for bearing with us through our technical issues. And we had some fun today. So first of all, Nina, what are your thoughts on the show and how it went today, other than technical issues?
The technical issues are definitely something to consider. StreamYard, we use StreamYard, and it's quite it's a bit of a beast. It takes up a lot of resources, so some people aren't. Yeah, it just depends on your setup. But I really appreciated everybody's point of view. I think it's interesting to have the different point of view that everyone's bringing. I really appreciate the career evolution topic, to see that how people have managed to pivot. I think right now is a really interesting time with, and I think you both have, both you and Trevor have implied that right now is a time where people are really taking a step back from their careers and thinking, is this really what I want to do? What can I do now? How do I repurpose myself so that I can go on and have a career that's satisfying for me? And so I think these sessions are they're just great. Good. And Gabby is just,
oh, she's so cute. I love her. Yeah,
she really is the light at the end of the tunnel.
She is. She really is. So. And all of our guests were great today. Man, we had, Heather came, and God, Heather works, I think like 1 million hours a day. I don't even know how that's possible, but I think she somehow works 25 hours a day. And everybody, and Ron's, running his own business from home and right now, and all of that. By the way, with a toddler running around and 3 pit bulls, so so he's still managing to pull it together and still took time for us. So thank you to everybody that came on today, and even Trevor, who was a great co-host, and through all of the technical issues, even when my computer completely shut down and I was taken completely out of the equation for a while. He still rolled right on with it and kept on marching. So
that's right. Thank you, Trevor.
like numb. I'm like, I'm getting Zoom burnt. Oh my gosh.
I know. And like I said, tomorrow's gonna be a real long day, but I'm excited about tomorrow because at the end of tomorrow, we're gonna join up with Who You Know.
Yes.
The last hour of our show, just for anybody watching, will actually be the Who You Know show. I won't be on it. Nina won't be on it. It'll just kind of go right on into their show, which we're really, really excited about. It's a great show, good opportunity, good advice, local to the DFW area. Really, really great crew. Who do you got going on tomorrow, Mr. Trevor?
I got Andy Cook coming on. She has recently done a pivot herself into career coaching, and she was a recruiter for many, many years, but just found her passion in helping candidates. And so now she has made that pivot into career coaching. And I got to tell you, I just get so many positive reviews from our audience who interface with her, and they just love her so much. And we love her. She's awesome. She was actually one of the first people to hire straight out of the live comments of our show.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Great. And I thought that was just awesome. She saw somebody's hashtag, they put hashtag project management, and then she looked at their profile and, hired them.
That's cool. That's really cool. So who else we got?
We got Andy Cook coming on. It's going to be awesome. We're excited. It's going to be a great show. I'm hoping I have a little bit of energy after today, but
you'll be fine. It'll be good. No, I'm really excited. I've been excited about the show. There's so much going on in the world right now, and I've been so excited to try to, bring a little light and education and opportunity. And I will say to anybody watching, connect with anybody you saw on the show, and they will respond to you. They will reach out. They will network with you. They will help you. I know Trevor's excellent about that. I'll do it. Connect to me. I'm right here. I'll message with you. I will help you in any way that I can. Catherine McCord I'm pretty much the only one, I think, with that name. But you can find me. You see what I look like. You can connect. Anybody else that was on the show today will gladly help you.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're doing a good thing. You're bringing all these people together and bringing resources, and it's awesome. And the job seekers appreciate you. I know they do.
Thank you. I mean, the whole point of this is to help. I always tell people this is a love project for us. It's a lot of work, and but it's so worth it. It's so very, very worth it just to bring this humanity.
Yeah, the logistics of getting everyone organized, different time zones, different everything. It's a logistical nightmare what you're doing, but you're making it happen. I know I'm serious. And the more often you do it, the easier it's going to get, the better it's going to get. And, that's why I say that, you just got to do it. It's not going to be perfect. Not the first time. No. Not the 20th time. Look, we're in our third year of our show right now, and we're still each episode's getting better and better and better. And we're 3 years in. So I love this. I see the future, and it's just amazing. So
well, thank you.
But the best, and I'm excited to just be part of it from the ground up.
Thank you so very much. And I do want to say to you, again, thank you to Nina. Thank you to everybody. Also, one last thing I kind of wanted to touch on with everybody. And again, I'm sorry I was out of commission for a bit, but it was something I did intend to touch on. Right now, again, please remember that HR is just coming back, just like everybody else. Give them a little bit to respond, and encourage them, reach out to them. But don't be a bugaboo, okay? Don't bother people. I've had candidates that literally will email me 5 times a day, text me, and come on. All right, I hear you, I see you, I respond to you, but come on, breathe just a little bit. So, have empathy for their situation, realize that they're coming in behind, that they're, so give them just a little bit to respond to you. An example of that is if somebody says, I'll get back to you by lunchtime and it's 1 p.m., don't message them yet. Give them just a little bit, let them circle back. But do be persistent. Do put yourself out there. Network. That is a passion that both Trevor and I share. Is the importance of networking and putting yourself out there, even if it's just as simple as it being on LinkedIn.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of my kind of closing kind of closing advice to everybody is really put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to make a career pivot right now. Have that tenacity that Trevor and I discussed. Have that ferocity. Think about who you are and what value you bring, and put it out there, and find something that caters to that. Trevor was obviously a born sales guy. That's what he's rolled with, and now he's got this show, and it works there. For me, it's I was kind of born with the ability to interview people and see people and all that. So that's what I do, and I'm really bossy, so that's why I run my own company. So no, not really. That's not really why. But don't be afraid in this time to make a pivot and to be bold, and join us tomorrow. And if you have questions about that, send them to us via LinkedIn. Send them to us on the comments tomorrow. Hop on tomorrow. We have some great guests coming on tomorrow. We have investors, people with investment advice. We have people that are entrepreneurs that are starting up. We have people that are professional recruiters. We have people that are in HR. We have people that are managers. Hop on, ask your questions, get that advice that you need to take your career to the next level.
Love it.
All right, guys. Well, do what? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said you're amazing.
Thank you so much. And everybody have a wonderful day. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern.